Hello, wonderful people. Welcome to Imagine Verse, your story destination. We have an absolute treat for you today. What if young Narcissa Malfoy met Harry at age 8 and her Veela heritage recognized him over Lucius? If you're enjoying these stories, please take a moment to like this video and subscribe to our channel. Your support keeps the stories coming. With that said, let the adventure begin. Chapter 1. The recognition. Narcissa Malfoy walked briskly through the muggle shopping district, her lip curled slightly in distaste. The cool April breeze caught her elegant black cloak, making it billow behind her. To any casual observer, she appeared to be nothing more than a wealthy, somewhat eccentric woman with her pristine attire and regal bearing. None would suspect she was a witch moving through the non-magical world with barely concealed disdain. Disgusting, she murmured under her breath as a man with greasy hair bumped into her without apology. She wouldn't normally deign to walk among muggles, but certain rare potions ingredients could only be found in specialty shops in London. Lucius would never lower himself to such errands, and house elves couldn't be trusted with such delicate purchases. So here she was, suffering the indignity for the sake of her family's comfort. The list from her private potioneer was specific: fresh moonflower buds harvested under a waxing crescent, dried bat wings from a very particular species found only in northern Scotland, and, most irritating of all, a mundane herb that grew exclusively in muggle garden shops. Something about the soil composition and the lack of magical interference made it more potent. Narcissa checked her enchanted timepiece. She had promised to return to the manor before Draco finished his afternoon lessons with his private tutor. Her son had been particularly clingy lately, having just turned 8 a few months prior. The thought of Draco's platinum blonde hair and eager gray eyes brought a rare, genuine smile to her face. For all her coldness in public, Narcissa's love for her son burned fierce and protective. She located the garden shop tucked between a bookstore and a cafe. The bell above the door chimed as she entered, and the shop owner, a plump woman with dirt-stained hands, looked up with a friendly smile that faltered slightly at Narcissa's imperious expression. "May I help you, ma'am?" the woman asked, wiping her hands on her apron. "I require Artemisia alba," Narcissa stated rather than asked. "The white mugwort variety, preferably harvested within the last lunar cycle." The shopkeeper blinked in confusion. "Mugwort? Yes, we have some, but I'm not sure about the lunar cycle bit." "Just show me your stock," Narcissa sighed. After examining several sad-looking specimens, Narcissa finally found an acceptable plant. She paid with muggle money she'd exchanged at Gringotts, handling the unfamiliar currency with practiced precision despite her distaste. As she exited the shop, the plant carefully wrapped and tucked into her enchanted handbag, Narcissa felt a peculiar sensation ripple across her skin. It started as a slight warmth at the base of her neck, then spread outward like ripples on a pond. The feeling wasn't unpleasant, rather, it felt like recognition, like something long dormant stirring to life. She paused, one gloved hand rising to her throat in confusion. The sensation intensified, pulling her attention across the street toward a small park where children played under the watchful eyes of their parents. "What in Salazar's name?" she whispered. The strange feeling continued to build, an inexplicable urgency taking hold of her. Narcissa found herself crossing the street, drawn by some force she couldn't name. She moved with purpose, following the magnetic pull until she stood at the park's iron gate. Her eyes scanned the playground, moving past swinging children and chattering mothers until they locked on a small, thin boy sitting alone on a bench. He couldn't be older than Draco, with untidy black hair and clothes that hung from his frame like rags on a scarecrow. Even from this distance, she could see the ugly, round glasses held together with tape, and the way he hunched slightly as if trying to make himself invisible. The moment her eyes found him, the sensation crescendoed. Heat flashed through her body, and for an instant, Narcissa felt as though she was burning from the inside out. Her vision blurred, then sharpened to preternatural clarity. Sounds became more distinct, scents more vivid. She could hear the boy's breathing from 30 feet away, could smell the unique magical signature that surrounded him, like lightning and lilies and something ancient. Then, just as suddenly as it began, the burning sensation localized behind her sternum, settling into a warm, insistent presence. A presence that pointed directly at the boy like a compass finding north. Narcissa staggered slightly, placing one hand against the iron fence to steady herself. This was magic, old magic, but unlike anything she'd experienced before. It felt innate, like it had always been a part of her but had only now awakened. The boy must have sensed something too, because he looked up sharply, green eyes scanning until they found her. Brilliant green eyes that Narcissa recognized with a jolt of shock. "Potter," she whispered, the name leaving her lips in a soft exhalation of disbelief. Harry Potter. The boy who lived. The child who had somehow defeated the Dark Lord, Lucius's master, and disappeared from the wizarding world. Here. In a muggle park. Looking neglected and painfully small. And something in her, something primal and fierce, recognized him as hers to protect. The thought was so foreign, so contrary to everything she believed about blood purity and allegiance, that Narcissa nearly operated away on the spot. But the new presence behind her sternum flared painfully at the thought, and she found herself instead pushing open the gate and walking toward the boy as if in a trance. Harry watched her approach with wary eyes. He straightened slightly but remained on the bench, his skinny legs dangling above the ground. "Hello," Narcissa said, her usually cold voice surprisingly gentle. "May I sit?" Harry shrugged with the universal noncommittal gesture of children, then scooted slightly to make room. His eyes never left her face. Narcissa sat down gracefully, maintaining a proper distance. Up close, the boy looked even worse, his cheeks were hollow, his skin pale except for what looked suspiciously like a fading bruise near his temple. The lightning bolt scar was partially visible beneath his fringe, confirming his identity beyond doubt. "Are you waiting for someone?" she asked, looking around for whoever might be responsible for this child. "My aunt and cousin," Harry replied quietly. "They're shopping. I'm not allowed in the store because last time I broke something." He said this matter-of-factly, without self-pity. Narcissa felt a surge of indignation that took her by surprise. "I see. And your parents?" A shadow passed over the boy's face. "They died in a car crash when I was a baby. I live with my aunt and uncle and cousin." A car crash. The greatest magical catastrophe of their generation, reduced to a mundane muggle accident. Narcissa wasn't sure whether to laugh or hex someone. "I'm sorry to hear that," she said instead. "What's your name?" she asked, though she already knew. "Harry. Harry Potter." "I'm Narcissa," she replied, deliberately omitting her surname. "How old are you, Harry?" "8, he said, studying her with curiosity. "Why are you talking to me?" "Adults don't usually talk to me unless I'm in trouble." The innocent question struck Narcissa like a physical blow. The warm presence in her chest pulsed painfully. "Perhaps I thought you looked like someone who might be interesting to talk to," she offered, surprised by her own sincerity. Before Harry could respond, a shrill voice cut through the air. "Boy! Get over here now." Harry flinched visibly, then slid off the bench. "That's my aunt. I have to go." Narcissa turned to see a horse-faced woman standing at the park entrance, a pudgy blonde boy at her side clutching shopping bags and what appeared to be an ice cream cone. The contrast between the two boys was striking, one pampered and overfed, the other clearly neglected. "Thank you for talking to me," Harry said politely, then hurried toward his aunt. Narcissa watched as the woman grabbed Harry's shoulder roughly, hissing something in his ear before marching him away. The blonde boy deliberately bumped into Harry, making him stumble, then laughed cruelly. The warm presence in Narcissa's chest flared with protective fury. She stood abruptly, her hand instinctively reaching for her wand before she remembered where she was. Whatever was happening to her, whatever strange magic had awakened, it clearly considered Harry Potter to be under her protection. Which was absolutely, unequivocally impossible. She was Narcissa Malfoy née Black, wife of Lucius Malfoy, former servant of the Dark Lord. The Potter boy was the reason their world had been turned upside down, the reason many of their friends were in Azkaban, or dead. By all rights, she should despise him. Instead, she found herself following at a discreet distance as the Dursleys, for that must be who they were, led Harry away from the shopping district. She tracked them to a car park, noting the vehicle they entered, and with a whispered spell, placed a subtle tracking charm on it. The magic came so easily, flowing through her like water, enhanced by whatever transformation she was experiencing. As the car pulled away, Narcissa ducked into a secluded alley and apparat back to Malfoy Manor with a crack. The grand entrance hall of Malfoy Manor greeted her with its familiar opulence. Marble floors gleamed beneath crystal chandeliers, and priceless magical artifacts lined the walls. Narcissa barely noticed any of it as she swept toward the manor's extensive library. "Mistress is returned," squeaked Dobby, their house elf, appearing with a pop. "Master Draco is asking for Mistress. He is finishing lessons early." "Tell him I'll be with him shortly," Narcissa said distractedly. "I need to research something first. Bring tea to the library." Dobby disappeared with another pop as Narcissa pushed open the heavy oak doors of the library. The vast room housed generations of magical knowledge, some books so rare they were the last of their kind. If answers existed about her condition, they would be here. She moved instinctively toward the section on family genealogy and inheritances, pulling down leather-bound volumes on the noble and most ancient House of Black. As a daughter of the Black family, Narcissa had extensive knowledge of her lineage, but now she found herself searching for something specific, any mention of unusual magical bonds or latent abilities. Hours passed as she pored over dusty tomes. Dobby silently refreshed her tea twice. She had promised to see Draco, but this felt urgent, life-altering. The warm presence in her chest remained, a constant reminder of the inexplicable connection formed to Harry Potter. It was nearing dusk when she found it, a small notation beside her great-grandmother's name in a family grimoire, Veela ancestry confirmed, diluted but present. Veela. The magical beings known for their beauty, their fierce protection of what they considered theirs, and their ability to recognize magical compatibilities. Narcissa's hands trembled slightly as she pulled down another volume, this one specifically about magical creatures and their hybridization with wizarding bloodlines. She flipped through pages until she found the section on Veela. While pure Veela bloodlines are rare in wizarding Britain, diluted Veela heritage exists in several prominent families. Most carriers of Veela blood exhibit no symptoms beyond enhanced beauty and occasional moments of heightened emotion. However, in rare cases, dormant Veela traits may awaken upon encountering an individual with highly compatible magic. This phenomenon, known as the recognition, typically occurs only in those with at least 1/8 Veela ancestry. The recognition manifests as an overwhelming compulsion to protect the recognized individual, accompanied by enhanced magical abilities when acting in their defense. Physical symptoms include sensations of heat, enhanced senses, and the formation of a magical tether centered in the chest. Narcissa closed the book with a snap. This described exactly what she had experienced upon seeing Harry Potter. But it was impossible. Unthinkable. The Black family, despite their obscure notation about Veela ancestry, had prided themselves on their pure wizarding bloodlines for generations. And even if she did carry some diluted Veela heritage, the idea that Harry Potter, of all people, would be her magical complement was absurd. And yet, the evidence was undeniable. The magical tether pulsed gently in her chest, pointing southeast toward wherever Harry Potter currently was. If she concentrated, she could almost sense his emotional state, confusion, resignation, and a dull ache that might be hunger. "Mother?" Draco's voice came from the library entrance. "You promised to help with my flying before dinner." Narcissa looked up to see her son standing in the doorway, his small face set in a pout that he was trying to disguise as casual disappointment. She immediately closed the book and rose. "Of course, darling. I apologize for keeping you waiting." She crossed to him and smoothed his platinum hair affectionately. "Let me change into something more suitable," and I'll meet you at the practice pitch. Draco brightened instantly. Father said he might watch too, if he finishes his business correspondence. Wonderful, Narcissa said, though inwardly she felt a flicker of apprehension. Lucius must never learn of what had happened today. Not until she understood it better herself. As she walked with Draco toward her chambers, Narcissa made a decision. She would investigate this connection further, understand its implications, before taking any action. She was, after all, a Slytherin, cautious, strategic, and patient. But the warm presence in her chest disagreed, pulling insistently southeast toward a skinny boy with brilliant green eyes. That night, after Draco was asleep and Lucius was occupied in his study with some ministry matter, Narcissa slipped into the manor's grand bathroom and locked the door with privacy charms. She stood before the full-length mirror and studied herself carefully. She had always been beautiful. It was a point of pride in the Black family that their daughters were among the most sought-after witches in Britain. But now she looked at herself with new eyes, searching for signs of her apparent Veela heritage. Her platinum blonde hair had always stood out among the typically dark-haired blacks. Her eyes, a striking blue-gray, seemed to catch the light differently now. Her cheekbones were high and elegant, her features symmetrical and refined. Nothing obviously inhuman, but perhaps a bit too perfect to be entirely normal. Narcissa closed her eyes and focused on the warm presence in her chest, the tether to Harry Potter. As she concentrated, she felt a strange rippling sensation across her skin. When she opened her eyes again, she gasped. Her reflection showed subtle changes, her eyes had lightened to an almost silvery hue, and her skin seemed to emit a faint, pearlescent glow. Most shocking were the tiny, nearly transparent scales that had appeared along her temples and cheekbones, visible only when she turned her head just so in the light. Merlin's beard, she whispered. She focused again, this time on returning to normal, and watched as the Veela traits receded. The control came naturally, as if she'd always known how to manage this transformation but had simply never had reason to before. The implications were staggering. She had Veela blood, enough to manifest physical traits, and somehow, her dormant heritage had recognized Harry Potter as magically compatible. The boy her husband and his associates would gladly see dead was now bound to her by ancient magic. Narcissa sank onto the edge of the large marble bathtub, her mind racing. She needed more information about the Dursleys, about Harry's living situation. The boy had looked underfed, wearing clothes that were clearly not his own. That bruise on his temple. The tether in her chest pulsed with concern, and Narcissa realized with a start that night had fallen. What was Harry doing now? Was he safe? Fed? The compulsion to check on him grew stronger with each passing moment. She stood and waved her wand, transfiguring her nightgown into simple, dark robes that wouldn't stand out if seen by muggles. She could use the tracking charm she'd placed earlier to locate the Dursley home. Just a quick check, she told herself. Just to understand the situation better. It had nothing to do with the increasingly insistent tugging behind her sternum, or the growing certainty that something was very wrong with Harry Potter's living arrangements. With practiced silence, Narcissa made her way through the manor and out past the anti-apparition wards. She focused on the tracking charm and disapparated with a soft crack. She appeared on a quiet, painfully ordinary street lined with identical houses. Privet Drive, according to the street sign. The tracking charm led her to number 4, a house indistinguishable from its neighbors except for its particularly well-maintained garden. Narcissa cast a disillusionment charm on herself and approached cautiously. The windows were dark except for a soft glow from what appeared to be a television in the front room. The tether in her chest pulled her not toward the house itself but toward the garden shed. No, not the shed. Her blood ran cold as she realized the tether was pulling her toward a small cupboard under the stairs. Surely not. Even muggles wouldn't be so cruel. She moved to the window nearest the front door and peered inside. The house was meticulously clean, with numerous photographs displayed on the walls and surfaces. Narcissa noticed immediately that all featured the same 3 people, the horse-faced woman, a large beefy man, and the pudgy blonde boy. Harry was conspicuously absent. Anger simmered beneath her skin as she circled the house, finding a window that allowed her to see into the kitchen. There, a refrigerator was covered with more photos and children's drawings, all celebrating Dudley. A calendar hung nearby with Dudley's birthday trip marked in large letters. Still moving silently, Narcissa tested the back door and found it locked. A simple "Alhamra" later, she was inside the pristine kitchen. The tether pulled more insistently now, leading her toward the front of the house. As she passed through a dining room with 6 chairs but only 3 placemats, her keen hearing picked up a small sound, a whimper, quickly stifled. It came from the direction of the front hall. Narcissa moved swiftly toward the sound. There, beneath the staircase, was a small door with several locks on the outside. The tether in her chest burned now, confirming what she already suspected with growing horror. Harry Potter, savior of the wizarding world, was locked inside a cupboard under the stairs. "Alhamra," she whispered again, and the locks clicked open one by one. She pulled the door open slowly, wincing at the slight creak. Inside, illuminated only by the faint light from the hallway, was a small mattress on the floor. Huddled on it, knees drawn to his chest, was Harry Potter. He looked up in alarm, those green eyes widening in recognition. "You," he began, before Narcissa quickly pressed a finger to her lips. "Quiet," she murmured. "I don't wish to wake your relatives." Harry nodded, confusion evident on his face. The tiny space was cramped even for his small frame, with a shelf holding a few broken toy soldiers and what appeared to be a hand-drawn picture. A single bulb hung from the ceiling, currently unlit. There was no window, no proper ventilation. The air smelled stale and slightly damp. "Why are you here?" Harry whispered. "How did you find me?" Narcissa wasn't sure how to answer. She couldn't very well explain that ancient Veela magic had compelled her to check on him. "I was concerned," she said instead. "You seemed unwell earlier." Harry's eyes narrowed suspiciously. "No one's ever concerned about me." The simple statement, delivered with absolute certainty, made Narcissa's chest tighten painfully. The Veela magic surged through her, and she had to focus to keep the transformation at bay. "Why are you in this cupboard, Harry?" she asked, though she feared she already knew the answer. "It's my room," he replied with a shrug, as if this was perfectly normal. "Your room," Narcissa repeated, her voice dangerously soft. "And your cousin? Where does he sleep?" "Dudley has the second bedroom. And there's the guest bedroom for Aunt Marge when she visits, and my aunt and uncle have the master bedroom upstairs. 3 bedrooms, and they put a child in a cupboard." Narcissa's hand tightened on her wand, and she felt her control slipping. The scales began to appear along her temples again. "Are you okay?" Harry asked, noticing the change. "Your face looks different." Narcissa took a deep breath and regained her composure. "I'm fine, Harry. But you are not. This is not an appropriate place for a child to sleep." Harry shrugged again. "It's not so bad. I'm small, so I fit okay. When did you last eat?" she asked, noticing again how thin his wrists were, how his collarbones jutted beneath his overlarge shirt. "Lunch at school," he answered. "I got in trouble for being on the roof. I don't know how I got there, honest, so Aunt Petunia said no dinner." No dinner for accidental magic. Narcissa felt sick. She had been strict with Draco, certainly, but never cruel. Never this. "Wait here," she instructed, then closed the cupboard door partway and moved silently back to the kitchen. She opened the refrigerator and found it well stocked. Quickly, she assembled a sandwich, adding slices of cold chicken, cheese, and some vegetables. She found a clean glass and filled it with milk, then cast a mild stasis charm on both to keep them fresh. When she returned to the cupboard, Harry's eyes widened at the sight of the food. "For me?" he asked, disbelieving. Narcissa nodded, handing him the plate and glass. Eat slowly, she cautioned. Small bites. Harry took the sandwich with reverent care, as if he'd been handed something precious. He took a small bite, then a larger one, hunger overcoming caution. Thank you, he said between bites. But, why are you helping me? Who are you? Narcissa settled gracefully on the floor outside the cupboard, mindful of the sleeping muggles upstairs. My name is Narcissa. And as for why? She paused, unsure how to explain. Let's just say I recognized something in you, Harry Potter. Harry finished the sandwich in record time, then drained the milk. How do you know my name? I only told you, Harry, in the park. Clever boy. Narcissa smiled slightly. You're rather well known in certain circles. Me? Harry laughed softly, incredulously. Nobody knows me. I'm just Harry. Just Harry. I assure you, you are not just anything, Narcissa replied. But that's a conversation for another time. She took the empty plate and glass, vanishing them with a subtle flick of her wand. Harry gasped. How did you do that? He whispered, eyes wide. Narcissa considered him for a long moment. The boy knew nothing of magic, of his heritage, of his fame in their world. It was both tragic and an opportunity. Magic, she said simply. There's no such thing as magic, Harry replied automatically, as if reciting something he'd been told many times. Aunt Petunia says, your aunt is wrong, Narcissa interrupted firmly. Magic is very real, Harry. And you have it too. Harry stared at her in disbelief. I can do magic. Indeed. Those strange incidents you can't explain, like finding yourself on the roof, that's accidental magic. All young wizards and witches experience it before they learn control. Wizards and witches, Harry repeated slowly. Like in stories? Similar, though the reality is somewhat different from muggle, non-magical, fairy tales. Harry's eyes shone with wonder, then darkened with suspicion. If I'm a wizard, then why didn't anyone tell me? Why am I living here with people who hate magic? An excellent question, and one Narcissa didn't have a complete answer to. Why indeed had Dumbledore placed the boy who lived with magic-hating muggles who clearly mistreated him? That is complicated, she admitted. But I promise to explain more when I can. She glanced at an ornate timepiece on her wrist. It was nearing midnight, she'd been gone from the manor longer than intended. I must go for now, but I'll return, she promised, surprised by her own certainty. The tether in her chest hummed with approval. You'll come back? Harry asked, hope and doubt warring in his voice. Yes. Tomorrow night, if possible. Narcissa made a quick decision. I'll bring you some proper food and perhaps some books that explain more about the wizarding world. Wizard books, Harry breathed, clearly enthralled by the idea. With moving pictures like you see in films? Better, Narcissa smiled. Now, I must replace these locks so your relatives don't suspect anything, but I'll charm them to open for you from the inside. Just touch them and think strongly about them unlocking. Harry nodded seriously. I won't tell anyone you were here. Good. That's very important, Harry. No one can know about our meetings, not your relatives, not teachers at school, not even any friends you might have. That's easy, Harry said with a sad smile. I don't really have friends. Dudley scares everyone away. Another pang shot through Narcissa's chest. This neglected, lonely child was so different from the pampered, confident Draco. Yet somehow, her magic had recognized him as worthy of her protection. Well, now you have me, she said, surprising herself with the genuine warmth in her voice. Rest now. I'll return tomorrow. She closed the cupboard door gently and re-engaged the locks, though true to her word, she cast a subtle charm that would allow Harry to open them from inside if necessary. Then she disillusioned herself again and slipped out of the house, relocking the back door behind her. Once safely hidden in the shadows between houses, Narcissa apparat back to the edge of Malfoy Manor's grounds. As she walked toward the imposing mansion, she tried to process everything that had happened. She, Narcissa Malfoy, had just fed and comforted Harry Potter. She had promised to return to him, to teach him about magic, to help him. If Lucius ever discovered what she'd done. But the warm tether in her chest felt right in a way she couldn't explain. Whatever this Veela recognition truly meant, she couldn't ignore it. Harry Potter was now under her protection, and Narcissa Malfoy protected what was hers. The implications would have to wait. For now, she needed to learn everything she could about Veela recognition and prepare for tomorrow night's visit. As she slipped back into the manor and up to her chambers, one thought dominated her mind: Harry Potter would never spend another night hungry in that cupboard if she could help it. The following day passed in a blur of activity. Narcissa maintained her usual routines: breakfast with Draco, overseeing the house elves' work, corresponding with various social acquaintances, all while her mind whirled with plans for her evening visit to Privet Drive. Lucius had departed early for the ministry, where he was meeting with the Minister for Magic about some new legislation. He wouldn't return until late, which suited Narcissa perfectly. The less she had to deceive her husband directly, the better. During Draco's afternoon flying lesson with his instructor, Narcissa slipped away to the library again. This time, she delved deeper into the Veela texts, searching for information about the recognition phenomenon. What she found both reassured and unsettled her. The bond created by Veela recognition wasn't necessarily romantic, a common misconception. Rather, it represented a profound magical compatibility that could manifest in various forms: protector and protected, mentor and student, or in rare cases between adults, life partners. The text was clear that when the recognized individual was a child, the bond was always protective in nature, similar to a parent-child relationship. The Veela would feel compelled to nurture, protect, and guide the child until they reached magical maturity. This explained the fierce protectiveness Narcissa felt toward Harry, the visceral anger at his mistreatment. What it didn't explain was why her dormant Veela heritage had chosen Harry Potter, of all people, as compatible. The recognition rarely occurs across opposed magical alignments, one passage read. Veela magic seeks harmony and complementary energies. Those with dark magical affinities typically recognize others with similar inclinations, while those aligned with light magic find compatibility there. Narcissa frowned. The Malfoys and Blacks had always aligned with darker magical traditions. If her Veela heritage had awakened, it should have recognized someone with similar magical inclinations. Harry Potter, whose magic had somehow defeated the Dark Lord, seemed an unlikely match. Unless, her own magical affinity wasn't as firmly dark as she'd always assumed. Or perhaps Harry's wasn't as light. She closed the book thoughtfully. There would be time to unravel those mysteries later. For now, she needed to prepare for her evening visit. First, she visited the manor's kitchens, where she requested the house elves prepare a hamper of food, simple but nourishing, nothing too rich that might upset a stomach used to meager portions. She told them it was for a charity function, and they didn't question her further. Next, she visited Draco's playroom and selected several books from his collection that explained wizarding customs, history, and basic magical concepts in child-friendly terms. Draco had outgrown most of them anyway, preferring more advanced texts on flying and dueling these days. She also gathered a few small items that might make Harry's cupboard more comfortable: a self-cooling pillow, a jar of bluebell flames that provided light and gentle warmth without risk of fire, and a small enchanted music box that played soothing melodies to help with sleep. All these items she shrunk and placed in an elegant shoulder bag with an undetectable extension charm. To anyone observing, it would appear she was simply carrying a fashionable accessory. As evening approached, Narcissa dined with Draco, listening to his excited chatter about the new broom maneuvers his instructor had taught him. She felt a pang of guilt for her divided attention, but reminded herself that she would make it up to him tomorrow. "Mother, can we visit Diagon Alley this weekend?" Draco asked as he finished his treacle tart. Quality Quidditch Supplies has the new Nimbus prototype on display. We'll see, darling, Narcissa replied. Your father may have plans. Draco pouted slightly but knew better than to press. Will you read to me tonight before bed? Narcissa hesitated. She'd planned to leave for Privet Drive immediately after putting Draco to bed, but she couldn't refuse him this small request. Of course, she smiled, reaching over to smooth his hair affectionately. Go prepare for bed, and I'll be up shortly. As Draco scampered off, Narcissa felt the warm tether in her chest pull insistently. Harry would be expecting her. She would have to be efficient with Draco's bedtime routine. An hour later, after reading Draco 2 chapters from The Tales of Beetle the Bard and tucking him in, Narcissa changed into the same simple dark robes from the previous night. She left a note for Lucius saying she was visiting her sister Andromeda, a lie he would never check, as the sisters had been estranged since Andromeda married a Muggleborn, and slipped out of the manor. The tether led her straight back to number 4, Privet Drive. This time, Narcissa approached even more cautiously, casting detection spells to ensure none of Dumbledore's people were watching the house. She was surprised to find only basic blood wards, powerful, but focused solely on dark wizards with harmful intent. They didn't react to her presence at all, suggesting they didn't perceive her as a threat to Harry. Interesting. Perhaps the Veela recognition altered how the wards interpreted her magical signature. She disillusioned herself and moved to the back door again. A quick Alohomora, and she was inside. The house was quiet except for the rumbling snores coming from upstairs, the uncle, she presumed. The tether pulled her toward the cupboard, but before she reached it, she noticed something that made her blood run cold. Additional padlocks had been added to the cupboard door, and a small cat flap had been installed at the bottom, presumably for passing food through without opening the door. Harry had been punished for something. Locked in more securely. Fury rose in Narcissa, bringing with it the partial Veela transformation. She felt her nails lengthen slightly into sharp points, her vision sharpen in the darkness. It took considerable effort to calm herself and reverse the changes before approaching the cupboard. Alohomora, she whispered, and the locks clicked open one by one. She pulled the door open gently to find Harry curled on his side, eyes open and watching the door expectantly. You came back, he whispered, sitting up quickly. I said I would, Narcissa replied, noticing a fresh bruise on his arm. What happened? Harry glanced at the bruise and shrugged. Uncle Vernon was in a bad mood. I dropped a plate while washing dishes. Narcissa's jaw tightened, but she kept her expression neutral. I see. Well, I've brought you some things. She opened her bag and began removing the shrunken items, returning them to their proper size with taps of her wand. Harry's eyes widened with each new treasure. This is food for you, it's under a preservation charm, so it will stay fresh, she explained, placing the hamper on the edge of his mattress. There's bread, cheese, fruit, cold chicken, and some sweets. Enough for several days. Next came the books. These will explain more about the wizarding world. This 1-inch, she held up a slim volume titled A Child's Introduction to Magic, is particularly good for beginning concepts. Harry took the book reverently, running his fingers over the embossed cover. It's beautiful, he murmured. The pictures move, Narcissa said with a small smile. Open it. Harry did, gasping softly as an illustration of a young wizard on a broomstick zoomed across the page, waving at him. Brilliant, he breathed. Narcissa continued unpacking, the pillow, it stays cool in summer and warm in winter, the bluebell flames in their jar, light that won't alert your relatives, and the music box, for when you have trouble sleeping. Harry looked overwhelmed. Why are you doing all this for me? Narcissa paused, considering how much to reveal. Do you remember what I told you about magic yesterday? Harry nodded eagerly. That I'm a wizard. Yes. Well, I am a witch. And recently, I discovered something about myself. I have a heritage that includes a magical being called a Veela. What's a Veela? Harry asked, his curiosity evident. They're magical beings known for their beauty and fierce protective instincts, Narcissa explained. Some witches and wizards have Veela ancestors, which can sometimes lead to inherited traits. She debated internally, then decided a simplified version of the truth was best. My Veela heritage allows me to recognize certain magical compatibilities. When I saw you in the park yesterday, my magic recognized you as someone I should protect. Harry looked skeptical. You want to protect me because of magic? In simple terms, yes. Think of it as magic's way of creating connections between people who need each other. And you think I need you? There was a hint of defensiveness in his voice. Narcissa gestured around the cupboard. I think you need someone who understands magic and can teach you about your heritage. Someone who can ensure you have proper food and comfort. Would you disagree? Harry's defensiveness melted into something more vulnerable. No, he admitted quietly. But why would you need me? A surprisingly insightful question from one so young. Narcissa hadn't fully considered what she might gain from this connection. Perhaps I need to remember what's truly important, she said softly, surprising herself with the honesty. Perhaps I need someone who sees the world differently than I do. Harry seemed to accept this, though he still looked slightly confused. So, you'll keep visiting me? Yes, as often as I can without raising suspicion. And I'll teach you about magic and your place in our world. My place? Harry echoed. Narcissa realized she hadn't told him the most crucial part. Harry, in the wizarding world, you're quite famous. Famous? Me? He looked down at his oversized clothes and skinny frame in disbelief. Indeed. You survived something that should have killed you when you were just a baby. Something that took your parents' lives. Harry's head snapped up. My parents? They didn't die in a car crash. No, Harry. They were murdered by a very powerful, very dark wizard. A wizard who then tried to kill you but failed. His curse rebounded somehow, and he was defeated. You're known as the boy who lived in our world. Harry stared at her, shock evident on his face. Someone murdered my parents with magic? Narcissa nodded gravely. Yes. Their names were James and Lily Potter, and they died protecting you. Who? Harry whispered. Who killed them? His name was Voldemort, though most in our world refer to him only as, he who must not be named or the Dark Lord. Speaking his name is considered taboo. Harry's small hands clenched into fists. And everyone knows about this except me? Every witch and wizard knows your story, yes. Though I suspect few know you're living, like this. She gestured to the cupboard. Why did no one tell me? Anger flashed in his green eyes. Why did no one come to check on me? Valid questions that Narcissa had been asking herself since yesterday. I don't know for certain, she admitted. But I intend to find out. There are powerful people involved in your placement here, Harry. People who might not appreciate my interference. Like who? Albus Dumbledore, 4-1. He's the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, where you'll attend when you turn 11, and one of the most powerful wizards alive. He was the one who placed you with your relatives after your parents died. Harry's expression darkened further. He put me with people who hate me and never checked if I was okay. So it would seem, Narcissa said carefully. I'm sure he had his reasons, but they weren't good enough, Harry finished firmly. Narcissa felt a surge of something like pride at his righteous indignation. No, she agreed. They weren't. She glanced at her timepiece and frowned. I need to leave soon, but there's one more thing I want to discuss with you. Harry straightened, listening intently. My family has a complicated history with yours, she said delicately. My husband and his associates once followed the Dark Lord. After his defeat, they claimed to have been bewitched, but... Harry's eyes widened. Your husband supported the wizard who killed my parents. Narcissa nodded grimly. Yes. Which is why my visits must remain absolutely secret. If Lucius, my husband, discovered I was helping you, it would be problematic. So you're risking a lot to help me, Harry said, understanding dawning in his expression. I am. But the magic compelling me to protect you is stronger than my fear of consequences. Harry was quiet for a moment, absorbing this. Then he asked, do you have children? A son, Narcissa replied, surprised by the question. Draco. He's the same age as you. Does he know about me? No, and he can't. Not yet. Draco has been raised with certain prejudices that would make it difficult for him to understand. Harry nodded as if this made perfect sense. Thank you, he said suddenly. For the food and books and everything. And for telling me the truth about my parents. Narcissa felt a warmth that had nothing to do with the Veela tether. You're welcome, Harry. Now, I must go, but I'll return in 2 days. Use that time to read the books I've brought, they'll answer many of your questions. She reached out and, after a moment's hesitation, brushed his unruly hair from his forehead, revealing the lightning bolt scar. It seemed to pulse slightly under her touch, and she felt a strange echo in the tether in her chest. Curious. She would need to research that scar further. 2 days, Harry repeated, looking both disappointed and understanding. I'll read everything. Good. And Harry, if your relatives become difficult, use the magic I taught you to unlock the cupboard. There's a park 2 streets over with a large oak tree. Go there, and I'll find you. Harry nodded solemnly. I will. Narcissa replaced the locks on the cupboard but renewed the charm, allowing Harry to open them from inside. With a final nod to the boy, she disillusioned herself and slipped out of the house. As she apparat back to Malfoy Manor, her mind raced with new questions and plans. The Veela recognition had irrevocably changed her path, aligning her with Harry Potter against all logical expectation. She needed to understand why, and what it meant for her future, for her family, and for the wizarding world at large. One thing was certain, she would not allow Harry Potter to suffer in that cupboard a moment longer than necessary. The how of his rescue remained unclear, but the imperative was absolute. For the first time in years, Narcissa Malfoy felt truly alive, driven by purpose stronger than social standing or blood purity or even family loyalty. The sensation was as terrifying as it was exhilarating. Over the next few weeks, Narcissa established a pattern. Every 3rd night, she would visit Harry after the Dursleys were asleep, bringing food, books, and small comforts for his cupboard. She taught him basic wizarding concepts, answered his endless questions about his parents and Hogwarts, and slowly built his trust. Harry proved to be an eager student, particularly when it came to stories about James and Lily Potter. Narcissa had limited first-hand knowledge of the couple, they had been several years behind her at Hogwarts, and on opposite sides of the war, but she gathered what information she could from old school records and acquaintances who wouldn't question her interest too deeply. She discovered that James had been a talented Quidditch player and something of a prankster, while Lily had excelled at charms and potions. Harry drank in these details with obvious hunger, creating a mental image of the parents he couldn't remember. Meanwhile, Narcissa continued her research into Veela recognition, piecing together fragments of information from various sources. The phenomenon was rare enough that comprehensive studies didn't exist, but she found enough to understand its basic parameters. The most troubling discovery was that the bond couldn't be severed except by death, and attempting to deny it for too long could lead to magical instability and physical illness for the Veela. This explained the growing discomfort she felt when too many days passed between visits to Harry. Maintaining her normal life at Malfoy Manor became increasingly challenging. Lucius, thankfully, was often absent due to ministry business and managing their various financial interests. But Draco was more perceptive, noticing his mother's occasional distraction and questioning her more frequent social engagements. "You're visiting Aunt Andromeda again," he asked one evening, his young face scrunched in confusion. "But father says we don't speak to her because she married a mudblood." Narcissa winced at the slur. It had never bothered her before, but lately, she'd found herself increasingly uncomfortable with the pureblood rhetoric that permeated their home. "Mind your language, Draco," she said automatically. "And yes, I am visiting an old acquaintance. Adult matters that needn't concern you." Draco pouted but didn't press further. Still, Narcissa knew she couldn't maintain the deception indefinitely. Something would have to change. The opportunity came from an unexpected source, the Dursleys themselves. During one visit in late May, Narcissa arrived to find Harry unusually excited. "Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon are taking Dudley to Majorca for 2 weeks this summer," he whispered as soon as she opened the cupboard. "Mrs. Figg, the cat lady who usually watches me, broke her leg, and they can't find anyone else willing to take me." "What are they planning to do with you?" Narcissa asked, though she already suspected the answer. Harry's expression confirmed it. "Uncle Vernon said they might just lock me in my cupboard with enough food and water to survive. He said no one would notice anyway." The casual cruelty made Narcissa's blood boil, but she kept her expression neutral. "When is this trip?" "Mid-June, just after school ends." "For 2 whole weeks." Narcissa's mind raced with possibilities. 2 weeks was long enough to make significant progress in Harry's education, and perhaps to implement a more permanent solution to his living situation. "I have a proposal," she said carefully. "What if, instead of staying locked in this cupboard, you came to stay with me?" Harry's eyes widened. "At your house? But what about your husband? And your son?" "I have a property separate from Malfoy Manor, a small cottage by the sea that was part of my black family inheritance. Lucius rarely thinks of it. You could stay there, and I could visit daily to continue your education." It wasn't a perfect solution. She would still need to divide her time between Harry and her family, but it would give Harry a respite from the Dursleys and allow her to strengthen their bond without the constant risk of detection. "Would I have a real room?" Harry asked, his voice small. The question broke something in Narcissa's heart. "Yes, Harry. A real room with a proper bed, windows, and space for your things." "I don't have many things," he said, gesturing to the broken soldiers and few books she'd brought him. "Then perhaps it's time you acquired some," Narcissa replied with a smile. "We'll need to be careful about timing your departure and return so your relatives don't suspect anything, but I believe we can manage it." Harry's face lit up with hope, then dimmed slightly. "What if they check the cupboard while I'm gone?" Narcissa considered this. A simple illusion charm should suffice. "I'll create a magical duplicate that will appear to be sleeping whenever someone opens the door. It won't withstand close inspection, but it should be enough for casual checks." "You can do that?" Harry asked, impressed. "I can do many things, Harry," Narcissa said with a slight smile. "I was quite accomplished at charms during my Hogwarts days." As they finalized their plans for Harry's summer visit, Narcissa felt the tether in her chest hum with satisfaction. For 2 weeks, she would have Harry under her direct protection, away from the Dursleys' mistreatment. It was a temporary measure, but perhaps it would lead to a more permanent solution. What that solution might be, she wasn't yet sure. The blood wards around Privet Drive suggested Dumbledore had his reasons for placing Harry with his mother's relatives, reasons that likely involved ancient protective magic. But surely alternatives existed that wouldn't require the boy who lived to sleep in a cupboard and go hungry. As she bid Harry goodnight and promised to return with more detailed plans, Narcissa recognized that her path was irrevocably altered. The Veela recognition had aligned her with Harry Potter against all expectation, and there was no turning back. The consequences for her marriage, her standing in pureblood society, and her family's safety remained uncertain. But for the first time in years, Narcissa was following her own compass rather than the expectations laid out by her family name and marriage. It was terrifying, exhilarating, and strangely liberating all at once. The first week of June brought unusually warm weather to Surrey. Harry's school had let out early one day due to the heat, and he found himself trudging back to Privet Drive under the midday sun, already dreading the list of chores Aunt Petunia would have waiting. As he rounded the corner onto Wisteria Walk, a familiar figure caught his eye, a slender woman with platinum blonde hair, elegantly dressed despite the heat, standing beneath the shade of an oak tree. Narcissa. Harry glanced around quickly to ensure none of the neighbors were watching, then veered toward the tree. "What are you doing here?" he whispered as he approached. "It's daytime." Narcissa looked uncharacteristically tense. "There's been a change of plans. We need to move up your stay at the cottage." "Why? What's happened?" She hesitated, then said, "I have reason to believe someone from the wizarding world may be checking on you soon. It would be best if you were elsewhere when they arrive." Harry frowned. "Is it that Dumbledore person you mentioned? The one who left me with the Dursleys?" "Possibly," Narcissa acknowledged. "Or someone acting on his behalf. Regardless, I prefer they not find you in that cupboard." She didn't elaborate further, but Harry sensed there was more to her urgency than she was saying. Still, he trusted her more than any adult he'd ever met. "When do we leave?" he asked simply. Relief flickered across Narcissa's face. "Tonight. I've already prepared the illusion charm. Pack whatever you wish to take in your school bag, and meet me here at midnight." Harry nodded, excitement building despite his confusion. 2 weeks of freedom from the Dursleys, with a real bed and regular meals, was worth any risk. "I'll be ready," he promised. Narcissa reached out and briefly touched his cheek, an uncharacteristically affectionate gesture. "Be careful until then. Don't give your relatives any reason to lock you in before tonight." Harry nodded again, understanding the warning. "I'll be perfect. They won't suspect anything." With a final nod, Narcissa stepped back into the shadow of the tree and disappeared with a faint pop. Harry stared at the spot where she'd stood, still amazed by the casual display of magic. As he continued toward Privet Drive, his mind raced with questions. Who might be coming to check on him, and why now? Had someone discovered Narcissa's visits? And most puzzling of all, why did she care so much about keeping him away from other wizards? Harry had spent enough time with Narcissa to recognize that she wasn't telling him everything. Her explanation of Veela recognition felt incomplete, her reasons for helping him not fully disclosed. But he'd spent his entire life with people who made their dislike abundantly clear, so Narcissa's mysterious care was still preferable to the Dursleys' open hostility. When he reached number 4, he found Aunt Petunia in the garden, pruning her roses with vicious precision. "You're back early," she observed suspiciously. "Why aren't you at school?" "Early dismissal because of the heat," Harry replied, handing her the note from his teacher. "The air conditioning broke." Petunia snatched the note, read it quickly, then thrust it back at him. "Well, don't just stand there. The lawn needs mowing before Vernon gets home." Harry nodded meekly, hiding his excitement beneath a practiced mask of submission. Just one more night of this, he reminded himself. Just one more night. Midnight found Harry sitting beneath the oak tree, his school bag stuffed with the few possessions he cared about, the books Narcissa had given him, the bluebell flame jar, the music box, and a photograph of a young couple he'd found hidden in the attic during cleaning that he suspected might be his parents. He'd left the illusion charm Narcissa had prepared under his thin blanket in the cupboard. When activated, it would create the appearance of a sleeping boy to anyone who opened the door. It wouldn't hold up to close inspection, but the Dursleys rarely bothered to look at him properly anyway. The night was quiet, the street empty. Harry checked his broken watch, salvaged from Dudley's discarded toys, and confirmed it was indeed midnight. Would Narcissa come as promised? A soft pop announced her arrival moments later. She appeared directly beside him, wearing the same simple dark robe she favored for her nighttime visits. "You're here," she said, sounding slightly relieved. "Any difficulties?" Harry shook his head. "None. Uncle Vernon locked me in right after dinner, but I used the unlocking trick you taught me to get out after they went to bed." "Excellent. And you activated the illusion charm? Just like you showed me." Narcissa nodded approvingly. Good. Now, I'm going to apparate us both to the cottage. It might feel uncomfortable your first time. Many people feel nauseous. What's apparate? Harry asked. Magical transportation, essentially, disappearing from one place and reappearing in another instantly. You'll need to hold onto my arm very tightly and not let go, no matter how you feel. Harry stood and took her offered arm, his small hand wrapping around her wrist. Narcissa placed her free hand over his, securing his grip. Ready? She asked. Harry nodded, excitement outweighing any trepidation. On 3, then. 1, 2, 3. The world compressed around them. Harry felt as though he was being squeezed through a very tight rubber tube, pressure on his chest making it impossible to breathe. Just when he thought he might suffocate, the pressure vanished, and he found himself standing on soft grass, cool sea air filling his lungs. He swayed slightly, and Narcissa steadied him with a hand on his shoulder. All right, she asked. That was brilliant, Harry gasped once he'd caught his breath. Uncomfortable, like you said, but brilliant. Narcissa's lips curved in a small smile. Most children don't find their first apparition brilliant, but I'm glad you're not ill. Harry looked around eagerly, taking in his surroundings. They stood on a grassy bluff overlooking the sea. Behind them was what Narcissa had modestly called a cottage, though to Harry's eyes, it looked like a miniature mansion, with whitewashed stone walls, a slate roof, and large windows that reflected the moonlight. This is yours? He asked in awe. It belongs to the Black family, my family before I married Lucius Malfoy, Narcissa explained. Shell Cottage has been a Black property for generations, though it's rarely used these days. She led him toward the house, the path illuminated by softly glowing magical lights that hovered just above the ground. As they approached, the front door swung open of its own accord, revealing a warmly lit interior. The house recognizes Black blood, Narcissa explained, noting Harry's surprise. It knows me as its mistress. They stepped inside, and Harry gaped at the elegant furnishings. Though smaller than he imagined Malfoy Manor must be, Shell Cottage was still grander than any home he'd ever entered. The entrance hall opened into a cozy sitting room with comfortable-looking furniture and a large fireplace. Beyond, he could see a dining room and what appeared to be a well-appointed kitchen. It's beautiful, he breathed. I've always found it rather humble compared to the manor, Narcissa said with a slight smile, but I suppose perspective matters. Come, I'll show you to your room. She led him up a curved staircase to the second floor, where a hallway branched off in two directions. They took the right branch, and Narcissa opened the second door they came to. This will be your room for the next 2 weeks, she said, stepping aside so Harry could enter. Harry's breath caught. The room was easily 4 times the size of Dudley's bedroom, with a large 4-poster bed, a desk by the window overlooking the sea, a comfortable reading chair, and a wardrobe that looked big enough for him to walk into. This is all for me? He asked in disbelief. All for you, Narcissa confirmed. The wardrobe has been stocked with clothes that should fit you properly, and the desk has parchment, quills, and ink for your studies. The bathroom is through that door. Harry moved further into the room, running his hand over the soft bedspread in wonder. After years in the cupboard under the stairs, the space seemed almost overwhelming. Thank you, he said simply, words inadequate to express his gratitude. Narcissa inclined her head in acknowledgement. You should rest now. It's late, and we'll begin your proper magical education tomorrow morning. As she turned to leave, Harry called after her, Narcissa. She paused in the doorway. Yes. You still haven't told me why we had to leave early. Who's coming to check on me? Narcissa hesitated, clearly weighing her response. I received information that Dumbledore has become curious about certain magical signatures detected around Privet Drive. Signatures that might be traced back to me. How did you find this out? Another pause. My husband has contacts within the Ministry of Magic. He mentioned it in passing, unaware of its significance to me. Harry frowned, sensing there was still more to the story, but too tired to press further. Will I be able to go back to the Dursleys when their vacation ends? Won't Dumbledore notice I'm gone? The illusion charm should hold for brief inspections, especially if whoever checks isn't looking too closely, Narcissa assured him. As for returning, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Something in her tone suggested she wasn't eager for him to return to Privet Drive at all. Harry couldn't say he disagreed. Good night, then, he said, offering a small smile. Good night, Harry, Narcissa replied. Sleep well. As the door closed behind her, Harry sat on the edge of the bed, still trying to process the rapid change in his circumstances. Just hours ago, he'd been locked in a cupboard, now he was in a beautiful room in a magical cottage by the sea. Part of him feared this was all an elaborate dream, that he'd wake up back under the stairs at Privet Drive. But the sea breeze from the partially open window felt real, as did the soft mattress beneath him and the lingering sensation of apparition. He placed his school bag carefully on the desk and began to unpack his meager possessions. The books Narcissa had given him went on the bedside table, the bluebell flames and music box beside them. The photograph he suspected might be his parents', he propped against the lamp. Then, curious, he opened the wardrobe and found it full of clothing in his size, proper clothing, not Dudley's oversized hand-me-downs. Trousers, shirts, jumpers, even wizard robes, all in muted colors that he suspected Narcissa favored. It was overwhelming. No one had ever given him new clothes before, let alone an entire wardrobe full. The Dursleys barely acknowledged his existence, let alone his need for properly fitting attire. Harry changed into a pair of soft pajamas he found in a drawer, then climbed into the enormous bed. The mattress seemed to adjust to his body, cradling him in comfort unlike anything he'd experienced. The pillows were cool against his cheek, and the blankets just the right weight. As he drifted toward sleep, Harry marveled at how quickly his life had changed. 2 months ago, he'd been a lonely boy in a cupboard, knowing nothing of magic or his true heritage. Now he was staying in a magical cottage, learning about the wizarding world from a woman whose husband had supported the wizard who murdered his parents. It was complicated and confusing and exhilarating all at once. And despite the many unanswered questions swirling in his mind, Harry fell asleep with a smile on his face, feeling truly safe for the first time he could remember. Narcissa stood at the window of the cottage's study, watching the waves crash against the rocky shore below. Dawn was just breaking, casting a pearly light across the water. She hadn't slept, too many thoughts crowded her mind, demanding attention. The Veela tether in her chest pulsed contentedly now that Harry was under her direct protection. She could sense his peaceful sleep upstairs, the rhythm of his breathing almost audible to her enhanced senses. The boy was safe, for now. But for how long? And at what cost? Bringing Harry to Shell Cottage was a significant escalation of her involvement. If Dumbledore truly was investigating magical signatures near Privet Drive, he might already suspect someone had been visiting Harry. If he discovered the boy was missing, illusion charm notwithstanding, there would be consequences. And then there was Lucius. Her husband remained ignorant of her activities, but his casual mention of Dumbledore's interest in Surrey had been a warning bell Narcissa couldn't ignore. How long before he connected the dots? She sighed, pressing her forehead against the cool glass of the window. The Veela recognition had forced her hand, pushing her toward actions that threatened everything she'd built over the last decade. Her marriage, her standing in wizarding society, her son's future, all were now balanced against her magical imperative to protect Harry Potter. A sharp pain lanced through her chest at the thought of Draco. She'd left him a note saying she was visiting a sick friend and would return by midday. It wasn't the first time she'd been absent overnight. Lucius's social obligations often required her presence at events that ran late, but it was the first time she'd left without saying goodbye in person. The guilt was immediate and sharp. Draco was her son, her dragon, the center of her world for 8 years. And now she'd introduced a competing claim on her attention, her care, her protection. But as she reached through the tether to sense Harry sleeping peacefully upstairs, Narcissa knew she couldn't have done otherwise. The boy needed her in ways Draco, with his privileged upbringing and doting parents, never had. A soft pop outside the cottage drew her attention. The wards hadn't triggered, which meant the visitor was familiar, someone with black blood or someone she'd specifically allowed through the protections. Narcissa moved swiftly to the front door, wand at the ready despite the ward's acceptance of the visitor. When she opened the door, she nearly dropped her wand in shock. "Hello, sissy," said Andromeda Black Tonks, looking very much like the sister Narcissa hadn't spoken to in over a decade. "We need to talk." Chapter 2, Divided Loyalties. Narcissa stood frozen in the doorway of Shell Cottage, the early morning light casting long shadows across the grassy bluff. Before her stood a ghost from her past, her elder sister Andromeda, whom she hadn't spoken to in nearly 14 years, not since Andromeda's marriage to Ted Tonks had gotten her blasted off the Black family tapestry. The resemblance between the sisters was striking. Both possessed the aristocratic beauty of the Black family, with high cheekbones and elegant features. But where Narcissa's hair was platinum blonde, Andromeda's fell in rich chestnut waves. And where Narcissa's eyes held a cool reserve, Andromeda's sparked with a directness that had always been her hallmark. "Aren't you going to invite me in, sissy?" Andromeda asked, her voice soft but firm. Narcissa tightened her grip on her wand. "How did you find me here?" "The Black family grimoire, of course." Andromeda shrugged as if it were obvious. "I may have been disowned, but my blood still grants me certain privileges. Including knowledge of which properties are suddenly occupied after years of disuse. That doesn't explain why you're here." Andromeda's expression softened slightly. "The grimoire also noted some interesting developments regarding your heritage. Something about dormant traits becoming active." She raised an eyebrow. "I thought perhaps my little sister might need someone to talk to who wasn't a Death Eater." The blunt assessment made Narcissa flinch. She glanced over her shoulder toward the staircase, acutely aware of Harry sleeping above them. "This isn't a good time, Andromeda." "I rather think it's the perfect time," her sister replied, stepping forward until Narcissa had no choice but to back into the cottage or physically block her. "Especially given your houseguest." Ice flooded Narcissa's veins. "What do you know of my guest?" Andromeda closed the front door behind her with a gentle click. "I know that he's about my daughter's age. I know he's been living with magic-hating muggles who treat him abominably. And I know that Albus Dumbledore has half the Order of the Phoenix looking for him since he disappeared from Privet Drive last night." Narcissa's heart raced, but she kept her expression neutral through years of practice. "If you've come to take him back, I haven't," Andromeda interrupted. "I've come to help you." Of all the things Narcissa expected her sister to say, this wasn't one of them. Her wand arm lowered slightly in confusion. "Help me?" Andromeda moved past her into the sitting room, settling onto one of the comfortable armchairs as if she'd been visiting regularly for years instead of being estranged for over a decade. She gestured for Narcissa to join her. After a moment's hesitation, Narcissa did, perching on the edge of the sofa opposite her sister. "I've been watching Privet Drive for years," Andromeda explained. "Not constantly, but regularly. Ted and I never believed Harry Potter should have been placed with those wretched muggles, but Dumbledore was adamant about the blood protections." "You've been watching him?" Narcissa asked, pieces clicking into place. "Then it was your magical signature that alerted Dumbledore." Andromeda shook her head. "No, sissy. It was yours. I've been careful, observation charms only, cast from a distance. But you've been entering the house, using magic inside. Even with your precautions, it left traces." Narcissa closed her eyes briefly, cursing her carelessness. Of course it had. The Veela magic had made her reckless. "What I don't understand," Andromeda continued, "is why you, of all people, have been helping Harry Potter. Your husband would happily see the boy dead if his master ever returns." The bluntness made Narcissa's jaw tighten, but she couldn't deny the truth of it. It's complicated. I gathered that much. The grimoire mentioned something about Veela recognition. Narcissa's eyes widened. The grimoire recorded that ancient magic leaves traces, sister. Especially within blood-bound artifacts like the Black Family records. Andromeda leaned forward, her expression softening. Tell me what happened, sissy. Perhaps it was the use of her childhood nickname, or perhaps it was simply the relief of having someone to confide in after weeks of secrecy, but Narcissa found herself explaining everything: the chance encounter in the Muggle Park, the activation of her dormant Veela heritage, the irresistible compulsion to protect Harry. Andromeda listened without interruption, her expression thoughtful. When Narcissa finished, she sat back in her chair with a long sigh. The universe has a sense of humor, it seems, she said finally. Narcissa Malfoy, bound by ancient magic to protect the very child her husband's master tried to murder. I fail to see the humor in my situation, Narcissa replied stiffly. No, I don't suppose you do. Andromeda's expression turned serious. Have you considered the implications beyond your immediate predicament? What this means for you, for Lucius, for Draco? I've thought of little else for weeks. Narcissa glanced toward the ceiling, sensing Harry still peacefully asleep. The Veela texts suggest the bond cannot be severed. I am magically compelled to protect him, whether I wish to or not. And do you wish to? Andromeda asked quietly. If the compulsion were removed, would you still choose to help him? The question caught Narcissa off guard. She had been so focused on understanding and managing the magical imperative that she hadn't considered whether she would act the same without it. She began, then stopped, genuinely uncertain. I don't know. He's just a child, and his treatment at the hands of those muggles is inexcusable. But he represents everything Lucius stands against. Everything you stand against too, if your marriage vows are to be believed, Andromeda pointed out. Or has the Veela magic changed more than just your actions, sissy? Narcissa stared at her sister, the implication clear. Was the recognition altering her beliefs as well as her behavior? The thought was unsettling. I need more time to understand what's happening, she said finally. 2 weeks, while the muggles are away. Then I can return Harry before anyone realizes he's missing. Andromeda's expression turned grave. I'm afraid it's already too late for that. When Harry didn't appear at breakfast, his aunt checked the cupboard, really checked, not just glanced through the grate. The illusion didn't hold up to scrutiny. Cold dread pooled in Narcissa's stomach. They know he's gone. They've reported him missing to the Muggle authorities, claiming he ran away. Dumbledore was alerted immediately by someone he had watching the house, not me, she added at Narcissa's sharp look. Someone else. A squib neighbor, I believe. How do you know all this? I have connections in the Order of the Phoenix, Andromeda replied simply. Old friends who trust me, despite my disowned status. And unlike you, I've never been married to a Death Eater. The barb stung, but Narcissa didn't rise to it. What will Dumbledore do? Search for Harry, of course. He has people watching all the magical transportation networks, questioning anyone who might have seen Harry. Andromeda fixed her sister with a serious gaze. It's only a matter of time before they trace the magical signatures at Privet Drive and identify you. Then I need to move Harry somewhere safer, Narcissa said, already mentally cataloging possible locations. That would be unwise, Andromeda cautioned. The more you move him, the more magical traces you leave. Better to strengthen the protections here and prepare for the inevitable confrontation. What confrontation? With Dumbledore, of course. And with your husband. Andromeda's expression softened slightly. You can't keep this secret forever, sissy. Sooner or later, you'll have to choose sides. The weight of those words settled heavily on Narcissa's shoulders. Choose sides. As if it were that simple. And what about you? She asked, deflecting. Why offer to help me after all these years of silence? A sad smile touched Andromeda's lips. Because you're still my sister, regardless of what our family decreed. And because I believe Harry Potter deserves better than what either Dumbledore or the Dursleys have provided. Narcissa studied her sister, searching for deception and finding none. The years had changed Andromeda, lines of experience framed her eyes, and her manner held a confidence that came from choosing her own path, but beneath it all, Narcissa could still see the big sister who had taught her to fly a broom and snuck her sweets after their mother had sent her to bed without dinner for some minor infraction. "What do you propose?" she asked finally. "First, we need to strengthen the wards around Shell Cottage. Then I'll help you continue Harry's education while we develop a more permanent solution." Andromeda rose and extended her hand. "Together, like when we were girls. Remember how we used to practice spells in the attic at Grimmauld Place?" A memory surfaced, Andromeda patiently teaching her the levitation charm, both of them giggling as they floated their mother's prized china teacups around the dusty attic. Before blood purity and marriage contracts had divided them. Narcissa took her sister's hand. Together, she agreed, though uncertainty still shadowed her heart. As the sisters began reinforcing the cottage's protections, a new presence stirred at the edge of Narcissa's awareness. Harry was awake, his emotions a mix of confusion and wonder as he explored his new surroundings. The path ahead was unclear, fraught with dangers and difficult choices. But for now, Narcissa would focus on keeping Harry safe and untangling the web of complications the Veela recognition had created. The greater reckonings would come soon enough. Harry woke to sunlight streaming through large windows and the distant sound of waves crashing against rocks. For a moment, he lay perfectly still, convinced he was dreaming. The bed beneath him was soft and spacious, nothing like his thin mattress in the cupboard under the stairs. Then memory returned, Narcissa appearing at the oak tree, the strange sensation of apparition, arriving at Shell Cottage. He sat up quickly, half expecting the beautiful room to dissolve around him, but it remained solid and real. He was free of the Dursleys, if only temporarily. Harry slipped out of bed and padded to the window, drawing back the curtains fully to reveal a spectacular view of the ocean. The morning sun sparkled on the water, and seabirds wheeled against a cloudless blue sky. It was like something from a holiday brochure, the kind Aunt Petunia cooed over when planning Dudley's birthday trips. A quick exploration of the room revealed a bathroom with a shower that had more knobs and settings than Harry had ever seen before. After some trial and error that resulted in a brief deluge of purple-scented bubbles, he managed a normal shower and dressed in some of the new clothes from the wardrobe, trousers that actually fit and a soft green jumper that brought out the color of his eyes. As he dressed, Harry caught sight of his reflection in the full-length mirror and barely recognized himself. Without Dudley's enormous cast-offs hanging from his frame, he looked like a different boy altogether, still thin, but not quite as scrawny and pathetic as he'd always believed himself to be. Curious to explore the rest of the cottage, Harry opened his bedroom door and peered into the hallway. He could hear voices from downstairs, Narcissa's cultured tones and another woman's voice, similar but warmer somehow. He crept to the top of the stairs, listening. "Can't keep him hidden forever, Sissy," the unfamiliar woman was saying. "Dumbledore has resources we can't match." "I'm not suggesting hiding him forever," Narcissa replied. "Just long enough to establish a better arrangement than that cupboard." Harry's heart quickened. They were talking about him, about his future. He hesitated, torn between the urge to eavesdrop further and the knowledge that Narcissa had promised to tell him the truth. Decision made, he descended the stairs, his footsteps deliberately loud enough to announce his presence. The conversation in the sitting room ceased immediately. As Harry entered, he found Narcissa sitting across from a woman who looked remarkably similar to her, the same aristocratic features and graceful bearing, though with darker hair and a more open expression. "Good morning, Harry," Narcissa said, rising smoothly. "I trust you slept well." "Better than ever," Harry replied honestly. "The bed is amazing." Narcissa's lips curved in a slight smile. "I'm pleased to hear it. Allow me to introduce my sister, Andromeda Tonks. She's here to help with your education." Harry looked curiously at the darker-haired woman, who was studying him with an intensity that made him slightly uncomfortable. "Hello," he said, unsure of the proper greeting in this situation. Andromeda's expression softened. "Hello, Harry. It's wonderful to finally meet you properly. You look very much like your father, though you have your mother's eyes." Harry's attention sharpened immediately. "You knew my parents?" "I was a few years ahead of them at Hogwarts," Andromeda explained, "but yes, I knew them. Particularly your mother, after she became a prefect. Lily was exceptionally kind and fiercely intelligent." The casual mention of his mother's name, Lily, sent a thrill through Harry. Here was another connection to his past, another source of information about the parents he couldn't remember. "Andromeda has agreed to help continue your magical education while you stay here," Narcissa interjected smoothly. "She has a daughter about your age and experience teaching young witches and wizards. Nymphadora would never forgive me for calling her a young witch at this point," Andromeda said with a warm laugh. "She's in her final year of Auror training, that's like magical law enforcement," she added, seeing Harry's confused expression. "Breakfast is ready in the dining room," Narcissa said, steering the conversation in a new direction. "We can discuss today's lessons while we eat." She led them through to an elegant dining room where the table was set for three, laden with an array of breakfast foods that made Harry's eyes widen. Even at Hogwarts, Narcissa had explained, students didn't eat this well at ordinary meals. As they ate, Harry trying to maintain some semblance of manners while simultaneously sampling everything within reach, Narcissa and Andromeda outlined a curriculum for his 2-week stay. "Basic magical theory and wizard culture in the mornings," Narcissa explained, followed by practical lessons in the afternoons. "You can't use a wand yet, of course, but there's much you can learn without one." "Why can't I use a wand?" Harry asked between bites of perfectly cooked bacon. "Underage magic is strictly regulated," Andromeda explained. "Children aren't permitted wands until they attend Hogwarts at 11, and even then, they're only supposed to use magic at school." "That doesn't seem fair," Harry frowned. "How are we supposed to practice?" "The trace, the spell that detects underage magic, only works reliably in Muggle areas," Narcissa said with a slight smile. "In wizarding homes, it's less effective, as the Ministry cannot easily distinguish between a child's magic and an adult's. One of the many advantages pureblood families have deliberately maintained," Andromeda added with a pointed look at her sister. "It allows their children to practice during holidays while Muggle-born children cannot." Harry noticed a flicker of discomfort cross Narcissa's face at this observation, but she didn't contradict her sister. "So I could practice here?" he asked hopefully. "Theoretically," Narcissa allowed, "but you don't have a wand yet, and using another witch or wizard's wand is rarely effective." "The wand chooses the wizard, Harry. We'll focus on knowledge you'll need before Hogwarts," Andromeda said. "History, theory, customs. Things that will help you navigate the wizarding world when you return to it properly." After breakfast, they moved to the cottage's small library, a cozy room lined with bookshelves and featuring a large table perfect for lessons. Andromeda proved to be a patient teacher, starting with the basics of magical theory while Narcissa occasionally interjected with additional information or clarification. Harry absorbed it all eagerly, asking questions that sometimes made both sisters exchange thoughtful glances before answering. He learned about the founding of Hogwarts, the establishment of the Ministry of Magic, and the international statute of secrecy that kept the magical world hidden from Muggles. "But why hide?" he asked during a brief break. "Couldn't magic help Muggles?" "A complicated question," Andromeda replied. "Historically, when Muggles discovered magic, they often responded with fear and violence. The witch trials of the medieval period convinced many wizarding families to separate themselves entirely. There are also philosophical questions about dependence," Narcissa added. If Muggles became reliant on magical solutions, would they continue to develop their own remarkable innovations? And would wizards become little more than servants to the far more numerous Muggle population? Harry considered this. "I suppose that makes sense. But it seems sad that the worlds have to be so separate." Some would agree with you, Andromeda said with a warm smile. Including your mother, who often spoke about finding better ways for the magical and muggle worlds to complement each other. The morning passed quickly, and by lunchtime, Harry's head was swimming with new information. As they ate a light meal on the cottage's back terrace overlooking the sea, he found himself studying the sisters, noting both their similarities and differences. Narcissa maintained a certain reserve even in casual conversation, her posture perfect, her movements elegant and controlled. Andromeda was warmer, more expressive, with a ready laugh and animated gestures. Yet the family resemblance was unmistakable, and occasionally Harry caught glimpses of genuine affection between them, despite what seemed like a complicated history. After lunch, Andromeda took over the practical lessons, teaching Harry basic potion preparation techniques using ordinary cooking ingredients as substitutes for the more exotic magical components. The principles are the same, she explained as she showed him how to properly dice roots for even cooking. Precision, timing, understanding how ingredients interact. Master these basics, and you'll be well ahead of your classmates when you start at Hogwarts. As the afternoon light began to fade, Narcissa checked her enchanted timepiece with a frown. I must return to the manor soon, she said. Lucius will be expecting me for dinner. The reminder of her other life, her husband, her son, her responsibilities as Malfoy's wife, cast a shadow over the pleasant day. Will you come back tonight? Harry asked, trying not to sound too anxious. Narcissa hesitated, then nodded. After Draco is asleep. Andromeda will stay with you until then. With a final check of the cottage's wards and a brief, awkward farewell, Narcissa disapparated, leaving Harry alone with Andromeda. Well then, Andromeda said briskly, shall we continue your lessons, or would you prefer to explore the beach before dinner? I've always found the shore at Shell Cottage particularly good for collecting potion ingredients. Harry opted for the beach, and soon they were scrambling over rocks and examining tide pools, with Andromeda pointing out various seaweeds and creatures that had magical properties. As they walked back toward the cottage, their pockets filled with interesting shells and stones, Harry gathered his courage to ask the question that had been bothering him all day. Why don't you and Narcissa seem closer? He asked. You're sisters, but it feels like you haven't seen each other in ages. Andromeda glanced down at him with a sad smile. Perceptive, aren't you? You're right, before yesterday, Narcissa and I hadn't spoken in nearly 14 years. Why not? I married for love rather than status, she replied simply. The man I chose, Ted Tonks, was muggle-born. My family considered this an unforgivable betrayal of our pure-blood heritage. Harry frowned. That's ridiculous. How can they disown you just for who you married? The old wizarding families can be rigid in their beliefs, Andromeda said carefully. The Blacks, my birth family, were particularly zealous about blood purity. But you're still sisters, Harry insisted. Family is family. Andromeda's expression softened as she looked down at him. A wise observation from someone so young. Unfortunately, in the wizarding world as in the muggle one, prejudice can be stronger than blood ties. They had reached the cottage, and Andromeda ushered him inside as twilight deepened. As she prepared a simple but delicious dinner, Harry thought about what she'd said, trying to reconcile it with what he knew of Narcissa. Is Narcissa? He began hesitantly, does she hate muggleborns too? Andromeda paused in her cooking, considering her response carefully. My sister was raised with certain beliefs, as was I. I chose to question those beliefs when I met Ted and fell in love. Narcissa chose a different path. But she's helping me, Harry pointed out. And my mum was muggle-born, right? Yes, she was, Andromeda confirmed. And that's why Narcissa's recent actions are so interesting. The Veela recognition she experienced doesn't change one's fundamental beliefs, at least, it's not supposed to. It simply creates a magical imperative to protect the recognized individual. So she's only helping me because magic is making her? Harry asked, a hollow feeling spreading in his chest. Andromeda seemed to realize her mistake immediately. No, that's not what I meant. The magic identified a compatibility between you, a potential for connection that already existed. It didn't create something from nothing. She sat down across from Harry, her expression serious but kind. My sister is a complicated woman, Harry. She's made choices I disagree with, married a man I consider dangerous, and embraced beliefs I find abhorrent. But beneath all that, she's still the little sister I taught to fly a broom and helped with her homework. The Veela magic recognized something in her that resonates with you. That's significant, regardless of what happens next. Harry nodded, though he wasn't entirely comforted. He'd begun to think of Narcissa as someone who genuinely cared about him, the first adult who ever had. The idea that her concern was magically compelled rather than freely given hurt more than he wanted to admit. After dinner, Andromeda helped Harry with some basic wandless magical exercises, focusing on feeling his magic and directing it in simple ways. By the time they finished, Harry was yawning, the full day of learning and new experiences catching up with him. Off to bed with you, Andromeda said warmly. Narcissa will be here when you wake up tomorrow. As Harry climbed the stairs to his beautiful bedroom, he found himself hoping that was true, and wondering how long this magical interlude could last before reality intruded once again. Narcissa arrived back at Malfoy Manor with her thoughts in turmoil. The appearance of Andromeda, and her offer of help, had been unexpected, a complication she wasn't sure whether to welcome or fear. On one hand, her sister's assistance made the logistics of caring for Harry much simpler. Andromeda could stay with him when Narcissa couldn't, teach him things Narcissa herself might not know, and provide additional protection against both Dumbledore and any darker threats. On the other hand, Andromeda's presence forced Narcissa to confront uncomfortable truths about her own choices over the years, her complicity in the Pureblood agenda, her willful blindness to Lucius's darker activities, her abandonment of the sister who had once been her closest confidant. As she made her way through the manor to her private chambers, Narcissa steeled herself for the performance ahead. She would need to be the perfect wife and mother for the evening, showing no sign of her divided attention or conflicted loyalty. She found Draco in his playroom, directing an elaborate battle between enchanted figurines of famous wizards and magical creatures. At 8 years old, her son was the image of Lucius, the same platinum hair, pointed features, and aristocratic bearing. But there was a childish enthusiasm in his play that Lucius would have suppressed at his age, and Narcissa found herself smiling as she watched him from the doorway. "Mother!" Draco exclaimed when he noticed her, quickly trying to look more dignified than a boy playing with toys. "You're back." "I am," she agreed, entering the room and bending to kiss his cheek. "And how was your day, my dragon?" Draco launched into an animated account of his lessons with his private tutors, his flying practice, and the letter he'd received from Gregory Goyle about their upcoming visit to the Quidditch World Cup qualifying match. Narcissa listened with appropriate interest, asking questions and praising his accomplishments, all while part of her attention remained fixed on the tether in her chest, monitoring Harry's well-being from a distance. "Father says we might go to France next month," Draco was saying. "He has business with the French ministry, but he said we could visit Paris while he works." "That sounds lovely," Narcissa replied automatically, then caught herself. A trip to France would mean leaving Harry for an extended period. The Veela texts had been clear that prolonged separation from the recognized individual could cause physical discomfort or even illness. "Mother? Is something wrong?" Draco asked, noticing her momentary distraction. Narcissa smiled reassuringly. "Not at all, darling. I was just thinking about what we might see in Paris. It's been several years since we last visited." Satisfied with her explanation, Draco returned to his excited planning for the potential trip. Narcissa made appropriate sounds of agreement while her mind raced ahead, trying to solve this new complication. Could she claim illness to avoid the trip? Or perhaps arrange for Andromeda to bring Harry to France secretly? Before she could develop a plan, a house elf appeared with a soft pop. "Master requests Mistress join him in his study before dinner," the creature announced with a deep bow. "Thank you, Dobby." Tell him I'll be there shortly. As the elf disappeared, Narcissa felt a flicker of unease. Lucius rarely summoned her to his study unless there was something important, or problematic, to discuss. Continue with your play, Draco, she said, smoothing his hair affectionately. I'll see you at dinner. She made her way to Lucius's study, pausing outside the heavy oak door to compose herself before knocking softly. Enter, came Lucius's cultured voice from within. Narcissa opened the door to find her husband seated behind his massive desk, a glass of fire whiskey at his elbow and several parchments spread before him. At 40, Lucius Malfoy remained a handsome man, tall and lean, with the same platinum hair as their son, though his fell straight to his shoulders rather than being slicked back as Draco preferred. His grey eyes were sharp and calculating as they lifted to meet hers. Ah, Narcissa, he said, his tone pleasant but with an undercurrent she couldn't quite identify. Thank you for joining me. Of course, Lucius, she replied, moving gracefully to sit in one of the chairs facing his desk. Dobby said you wished to see me before dinner. Lucius studied her for a moment, his expression unreadable. I received an interesting communication from the ministry today, he said finally. It seems Harry Potter has gone missing from his muggle relative's home. Narcissa kept her expression perfectly neutral, though her heart raced. Missing? How unfortunate. I'm surprised the ministry concerns itself with the boy's whereabouts during holidays. Ordinarily they wouldn't, Lucius agreed, watching her closely. But it seems Dumbledore has raised quite an alarm. The old fool has people searching all over Britain. I see, Narcissa said carefully. And why did you think this would interest me particularly? Lucius leaned back in his chair, swirling the amber liquid in his glass. Because, my dear, your name was mentioned in connection with the matter. Ice flooded Narcissa's veins, but she maintained her composure. My name? That seems unlikely. Doesn't it? Lucius agreed with a dangerous smile. Yet here we are. A ministry contact informed me that magical signatures detected near the boy's residence in recent weeks have been tentatively identified as belonging to a member of the Black family. He paused, letting the implication hang in the air. You are, of course, one of the few remaining members of that illustrious line. Narcissa's mind raced through possible explanations, possible denials. But before she could formulate a response, Lucius continued. Naturally, I assured my contact that my wife has been nowhere near Little Whinging, Surrey. That she has, in fact, been dividing her time between the manor and visiting her ailing friend in Devon. His grey eyes hardened. A friend whose identity, curiously, no one seems able to confirm. I value my privacy, Lucius, Narcissa said, her voice cool. As do my friends. Indeed. Lucius set down his glass with deliberate precision. And I have always respected that privacy, have I not? Never questioned your comings and goings, never doubted your loyalty to this family and its interests. The implied question hung between them, heavy with potential consequences. You have, Narcissa acknowledged. And my loyalty has never wavered. Then perhaps you would care to explain why your magical signature has been detected in the vicinity of Harry Potter? And why the boy disappeared on the same night you claimed another visit to this mysterious friend? The moment had come sooner than Narcissa had expected. She had two choices: continue the deception and risk Lucius discovering the truth in a more damaging way, or offer a version of events that might protect both Harry and herself. The explanation is complex, she said finally. Lucius's eyebrows rose slightly. I'm listening. Narcissa took a deep breath. Several weeks ago, while shopping for potions ingredients in London, I experienced a magical awakening of sorts. It seems my black heritage includes a strain of Veela blood that had lain dormant until recently. She watched Lucius's expression carefully as she continued. This awakening included a phenomenon known as Veela recognition, a magical imperative to protect a compatible individual. Understanding dawned in Lucius's eyes, followed quickly by disbelief and then anger. You expect me to believe that some dormant Veela heritage compelled you to protect Harry Potter? The boy who destroyed our world. Who reduced our lord to less than a spirit. I didn't choose this, Lucius, Narcissa said firmly. The magic chose for me. I've spent weeks researching, trying to understand what happened and how to manage it. Manage it? Lucius stood abruptly, his voice rising. There is nothing to manage. You will sever this connection immediately. I can't, Narcissa replied, remaining seated to present a contrast to his agitation. The Veela texts are clear, recognition cannot be severed except by death. Attempting to deny it causes increasing physical distress and eventually magical instability. Then we have a serious problem, Lucius hissed. Because I will not have my wife playing protector to Harry Potter. The implications for our family, our standing, our future when the Dark Lord returns, if, Narcissa interjected. If he returns. It's been 8 years, Lucius. Perhaps it's time to consider that he won't. The look Lucius gave her was cold enough to freeze flame. You know better than that. The mark may have faded, but it remains. He will return, and when he does, what do you think will happen to a family found to be harboring his greatest enemy? The threat was implicit but clear. Narcissa felt the Veela magic stir beneath her skin, responding to the perceived danger to Harry, even from a distance. I am not suggesting we harbor him openly, she said, striving to keep her voice reasonable. Merely that we reconsider our position. The boy is powerful, Lucius. His magic defeated the Dark Lord once. Perhaps there are advantages to having such power allied with our family rather than against it. It was a calculated appeal to Lucius's Slytherin sensibilities, his appreciation for advantageous alliances regardless of personal feelings. She watched him consider her words, his anger temporarily tempered by strategic thinking. Allied with our family, he repeated slowly. You suggest what? That we adopt the boy. Make him a Malfoy. His tone made clear how absurd he found the notion. Nothing so dramatic, Narcissa replied. But perhaps we could ensure he receives proper guidance. The right influences during his formative years. You want to turn Harry Potter to our cause. Lucius's voice was flat with disbelief. I want to ensure our family's survival regardless of how future events unfold, Narcissa corrected. The boy who lived wields considerable symbolic power in our world. Imagine the advantages of having such a symbol look favorably upon House Malfoy. Lucius returned to his seat, his expression thoughtful but still wary. And if the Dark Lord does return? What then? Then we reassess based on the circumstances at that time, Narcissa said carefully. But having options is never a weakness, Lucius. A long silence stretched between them as Lucius considered her words. Narcissa remained still, giving him time to process the implications. Where is the boy now? He asked finally. Narcissa hesitated, then decided a partial truth was safest. In a secure location, receiving an education in wizarding culture and history. Things his muggle relatives couldn't provide. And does anyone else know of this arrangement? Another hesitation. My sister has been assisting me. Lucius's eyes narrowed dangerously. Bellatrix remains in Azkaban, to my knowledge. Andromeda, Narcissa clarified, watching his face darken at the name of her disowned sister. You've reconnected with the blood traitor? His voice was deadly quiet. Invited her into our affairs? The circumstances are exceptional, Narcissa replied, refusing to be intimidated. Andromeda has experience teaching young witches and wizards, and connections that may prove useful. Lucius stood again, moving to the window that overlooked the manor's extensive gardens. For several minutes, he stared out in silence, his back rigid with tension. This situation is untenable, he said finally. I cannot have my wife and the mother of my heir divided in her loyalties. My loyalty to this family remains absolute, Narcissa insisted. The Veela recognition complicates matters, but it doesn't change who I am or what I value. Lucius turned to face her, his expression grave. Prove it, then. Bring the boy here. Let me assess this situation for myself. Alarm flashed through Narcissa, the Veela magic reacting instinctively to the perceived threat. To the manor. Lucius, I don't think, if your intentions are as you claim, to influence the boy for the benefit of our family, then there should be no issue with introducing him to the head of that family. Lucius's tone left no room for negotiation. Tomorrow evening. Dinner. I'll inform Draco we'll be having a guest. Narcissa realized she had reached the limit of what she could accomplish in this conversation. Pushing further might only harden Lucius's position. Very well, she agreed, though inwardly she was already planning how to prepare Harry for this dangerous meeting. Tomorrow evening. Excellent. Lucius's smile didn't reach his eyes. Now, I believe it's time for dinner. Draco will be waiting. As they walked together to the dining room, maintaining the appearance of marital unity, Narcissa's mind raced with calculations and contingencies. Bringing Harry to Malfoy Manor was risky, but perhaps not as risky as defying Lucius outright. At least this way, she could control the circumstances of the meeting, prepare Harry, ensure his safety. And if things went poorly, if Lucius showed his true colors, at least she would know exactly where she stood and what choices she needed to make. The Veela tether in her chest pulsed with concern, and Narcissa sent a silent promise through it, I will protect you, no matter the cost. Harry woke the next morning to find Narcissa sitting in the reading chair by his window, her elegant profile silhouetted against the early morning light. She turned as he stirred, and he was startled to see tension in her usually composed features. Good morning, he said, sitting up and reaching for his glasses on the bedside table. Is something wrong? Narcissa offered a tight smile. We have a situation that requires discussion. Get dressed and come down for breakfast. Andromeda is preparing something special. With that cryptic statement, she rose and left the room, leaving Harry to wonder what new complication had arisen. He dressed quickly in another set of the new clothes, trousers and a blue jumper this time, and hurried downstairs. In the dining room, he found both sisters seated at the table, their heads close together in serious conversation that ceased abruptly when he entered. The table was laden with a full English breakfast, but neither woman was eating. Good morning, Harry, Andromeda said with forced cheerfulness. Sleep well? Yes, thank you, he replied, taking his seat and looking between the sisters. What's going on? Narcissa said there's a situation. The sisters exchanged a glance, and Narcissa nodded slightly. My husband knows, she said simply. About you, about my visits, about the Veela recognition. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. From what Narcissa had told him, Lucius Malfoy had been a supporter of Voldemort, the man who murdered his parents. Is that bad? He asked, though he already suspected the answer. It complicates matters, Narcissa replied diplomatically. Lucius has requested your presence at dinner tonight. At Malfoy Manor. Harry's appetite vanished instantly. He wants me to come to your house. Why? To assess the situation for himself, Narcissa said. And to determine how to proceed. What does that mean? Harry asked, anxiety building in his chest. Is he going to try to hurt me? Send me back to the Dursleys? No, Narcissa said firmly, and Harry noticed a flicker of scales appearing briefly at her temples before fading again. I would never allow harm to come to you. But the meeting is politically necessary. What Narcissa means, Andromeda interjected with a pointed look at her sister, is that Lucius Malfoy is a powerful, dangerous man who has now discovered his wife's connection to you. Refusing his invitation would potentially put both you and Narcissa in greater danger. So I have to go, Harry concluded glumly. You do, Narcissa confirmed. But you won't be alone. I'll be with you every moment, and will prepare you thoroughly. Prepare me how? Malfoy Manor operates by certain rules, Narcissa explained, finally serving herself some breakfast and gesturing for Harry to do the same. Customs, etiquette, conversational patterns. The better you understand these, the safer you'll be. It's like going into battle, Andromeda added, her expression serious. Knowing the terrain gives you an advantage. Over breakfast, the sisters began Harry's crash course in pureblood etiquette, everything from table manners to forms of address to conversation topics that were considered acceptable in Lucius Malfoy's presence. Never mention muggle technology or culture, Narcissa cautioned. If asked about your life with the Dursleys, be vague but not obviously evasive. Don't lie outright. Lucius is adept at detecting deception, but don't volunteer information either. When in doubt, ask a question rather than making a statement, Andromeda suggested. It redirects attention and gives you time to think. And Draco? Harry asked, remembering that Narcissa's son would likely be present as well. What should I say to him? The sisters exchanged another glance. Draco has been raised with certain beliefs, Narcissa said carefully. He may not be immediately friendly. Be polite but not overly familiar. Remember that this situation is as confusing for him as it is for you. After breakfast, they moved to the sitting room for what Andromeda called deportment practice, essentially, teaching Harry how to move, sit, stand, and generally exist in the rarefied atmosphere of a pure-blood manner. Back straight but not stiff, Narcissa instructed, adjusting Harry's posture as he sat in one of the cottage's armchairs. Hands in your lap or on the arms of the chair, never fidgeting. Eyes up, making appropriate but not challenging eye contact. Harry tried to absorb it all, but the sheer volume of rules and expectations was overwhelming. How did anyone remember all this, let alone an 8-year-old boy who'd spent his life being told to stay out of sight and make no noise? This is impossible, he said finally, slumping in defeat after his 5th attempt to properly enter a room, bow to his host and take his seat. I'm going to mess it all up and get us both in trouble. You won't, Narcissa said firmly. Because the most important rule is one you already understand perfectly, observe before acting. Watch how Draco behaves and mirror him when appropriate. And remember, Andromeda added gently, you are Harry Potter. For better or worse, that name carries weight in our world, even in Malfoy Manor. Hold on to that knowledge when your confidence wavers. The day continued with more lessons, wizarding politics, the history of the Malfoy family, and a carefully sanitized version of the war against Voldemort that emphasized Lucius's public position, that he had been under the Imperius curse, forced to serve against his will, rather than the reality Narcissa and Andromeda clearly believed. By late afternoon, Harry's head was spinning with information, and his nerves were strung tight as bowstrings. When Narcissa announced it was time to prepare for dinner, he felt physically ill with anxiety. What if he doesn't like me? He asked as Andromeda helped him into the formal robes Narcissa had provided, dark green with subtle silver embroidery at the cuffs and collar. What if he decides I should go back to the Dursleys? Lucius Malfoy's approval or disapproval is irrelevant, Andromeda said firmly, adjusting the robes to hang properly on Harry's thin frame. This dinner is a formality, a political necessity. Whatever happens, Narcissa and I will ensure your safety. She stepped back to assess the overall effect, then sighed softly. You look very handsome, Harry. Your parents would be proud of your courage. The simple statement brought unexpected tears to Harry's eyes, which he quickly blinked away. He wasn't a baby. He could handle one dinner, even with Lucius Malfoy. Downstairs, they found Narcissa waiting in the sitting room, dressed in formal robes of midnight blue that shimmered slightly when she moved. Her hair was arranged in an elegant twist, and she wore jewelry that Harry suspected cost more than everything the Dursleys owned combined. You look nice, he offered, feeling awkward in his own formal attire. Thank you, Harry, she replied with a small smile. As do you. Green suits you, it brings out your eyes. Andromeda stepped forward to embrace her sister, a gesture Narcissa returned after only a moment's hesitation. Remember what we discussed, Andromeda murmured. I'll be waiting here when you return. Narcissa nodded, then turned to Harry and extended her hand. Ready? Not trusting his voice, Harry simply nodded and took her offered hand. As the now familiar sensation of apparition compressed him from all sides, he clung to two thoughts: Narcissa would protect him, and he was Harry Potter, a wizard, not a frightened boy in a cupboard. They appeared at the edge of what could only be described as an estate, an enormous manor house rising from manicured grounds, with peacocks wandering the immaculate lawns and fountains sparkling in the evening light. Harry couldn't help but gape at the sheer opulence of it all. "Welcome to Malfoy Manor," Narcissa said, her voice taking on a formal quality he hadn't heard before. "Remember what we practiced, and all will be well." As they walked up the long drive toward the imposing front doors, Harry felt the weight of generations of wealth and privilege pressing down on him. This was a world so far removed from his cupboard under the stairs that it might as well be another planet. The massive doors swung open at their approach, revealing a grand entrance hall with marble floors, crystal chandeliers, and a sweeping staircase that led to upper floors. Standing at the foot of the stairs were two figures, one tall and imposing, the other smaller but with the same platinum blonde hair. Lucius and Draco Malfoy. Harry felt Narcissa's hand tighten briefly on his shoulder before she released him and moved forward with perfect grace. "Lucius, Draco," she greeted them, her voice warm but formal. "May I present Harry Potter? Harry, my husband Lucius Malfoy and my son Draco." Harry stepped forward and executed the bow they'd practiced, keeping his eyes appropriately lowered but not subservient. "Thank you for your invitation, Mr. Malfoy," he said, pleased when his voice came out steady. When he straightened, he found himself being scrutinized by two pairs of gray eyes, one coldly assessing, the other openly curious with a hint of hostility. "Mr. Potter," Lucius Malfoy said, his voice as smooth and cold as ice. "How unexpected to find you in our home. My wife tells me you've been receiving an education in wizarding culture. A belated but necessary correction to your unfortunate placement with muggles." The contempt in his voice when he said muggles was unmistakable. "Yes, sir," Harry replied, remembering Andromeda's advice to keep responses brief. "It's been very informative." Lucius's lips curved in what might generously be called a smile. "I'm sure it has. Draco, greet our guest." The younger Malfoy stepped forward, his chin lifted in a manner that mirrored his father's aristocratic bearing. "Potter," he said, the name almost but not quite polite. "Welcome to our home." "Thank you," Harry replied, studying the boy who was exactly his age but seemed to inhabit an entirely different world. "Your home is very impressive." A flicker of pride crossed Draco's face. "It's been in the Malfoy family for centuries. Nothing like where you've been living, I expect." The comment was clearly meant to establish superiority, but Harry merely nodded. "Nothing like it at all. Shall we proceed to dinner?" Narcissa suggested smoothly, preventing further awkward exchanges. "The elves will have everything prepared." Lucius nodded and offered his arm to Narcissa with formal courtesy. She accepted it, and they led the way toward the dining room, leaving Harry and Draco to follow. "Is it true you live with muggles?" Draco asked in a low voice as they walked. "Actual muggles?" "My aunt and uncle," Harry confirmed, seeing no reason to lie about this well-known fact. "They're not very nice." Draco looked both disgusted and fascinated. "Do they make you do things the muggle way? Without magic?" "They don't like magic," Harry said carefully. "They pretended it didn't exist." "That's mad," Draco declared. "Muggles are so primitive. Father says they're barely better than animals." Harry bit back the retort that sprang to mind, remembering Narcissa's warnings about engaging in debates about blood status or muggle rights. "Your mother has been teaching me about the wizarding world," he said instead. "It's very different from what I'm used to." Draco seemed mollified by this acknowledgement of wizarding superiority. "Mother's been spending a lot of time away lately. Has she been with you?" The directness of the question caught Harry off guard. "Sometimes," he admitted. "She's been very kind." "Why?" Draco demanded, a hint of jealousy creeping into his voice. Why would my mother help Harry Potter? Before Harry could formulate a response, they arrived at the dining room, an opulent space dominated by a long table that could easily seat 20, though it was currently set for only 4 at one end. Lucius took his place at the head of the table, with Narcissa to his right. Draco sat at his father's left, leaving Harry to sit beside Narcissa, across from Draco. The first course appeared magically on their plates, some kind of soup that smelled delicious but required specific etiquette to eat properly. Harry carefully mimicked Narcissa's movements, using the correct spoon and taking small, silent sips as they'd practiced. "So, Mr. Potter," Lucius began once they were all served, "my wife tells me you've been quite the eager student of wizarding ways. What aspects have you found most illuminating?" Harry sensed the trap in the seemingly innocent question. "The history has been fascinating, sir," he replied carefully. "Learning about Hogwarts and the founding of the Ministry of Magic." "Indeed," Lucius said with a thin smile. "And has Narcissa explained the importance of heritage in our world? The significance of old families and blood status?" Narcissa tensed almost imperceptibly beside him, but Harry remembered their coaching. "She's explained that some wizarding families have longer histories than others," he said neutrally. "And that different families value different traditions." Lucius's eyebrows rose slightly. "Diplomatically put. But surely she's mentioned that some bloodlines are purer than others? That magic is strongest when undiluted by muggle blood." Harry felt a flash of anger on behalf of his muggle-born mother but kept his expression neutral. "I understand that's a perspective held by some wizarding families, sir." "Some." Lucius's voice hardened slightly. "It is a fundamental truth, Mr. Potter. One you would do well to understand if you are to navigate our world successfully." "Lucius," Narcissa interjected smoothly, "perhaps such complex political discussions can wait until Harry has had more time to study wizarding history in depth. He's only just beginning his education, after all." Lucius inclined his head in acknowledgement, though his eyes remained cold. "Of course, my dear. We must crawl before we walk." The soup dishes vanished, replaced by the main course, some kind of game bird with elegant vegetable arrangements and sauces. Again, Harry followed Narcissa's lead in how to properly handle the multiple utensils. "Do you fly, Potter?" Draco asked suddenly, breaking the tense silence. "I haven't had the opportunity yet," Harry admitted. "But it sounds brilliant." Draco's expression turned smugly superior. "I've been flying since I was 6. Father says I'm a natural. I'll probably be on the Slytherin Quidditch team my first year at Hogwarts." "That's impressive," Harry said sincerely. "Your mother mentioned Quidditch. It sounds like an amazing game." "The greatest wizarding sport," Draco confirmed enthusiastically. "Much better than those ridiculous muggle games with balls that don't even move on their own." He looked at Harry with sudden calculation. "Perhaps I could show you some basic flying techniques sometime. If you're not too frightened of heights." The offer, though wrapped in a challenge, seemed to be a genuine albeit condescending attempt at friendliness. Harry smiled slightly. "I'd like that. I don't think I'm afraid of heights, though I've never been very high up." "How generous of you, Draco," Narcissa said warmly. "Harry would benefit greatly from your expertise." Lucius watched this exchange with narrowed eyes. "That presumes, of course, that Mr. Potter's stay in our sphere of influence will be of sufficient duration to accommodate flying lessons." The implication was clear. Lucius hadn't decided whether Harry would be permitted to remain in contact with Narcissa. The Veela tether in Narcissa's chest must have reacted to the threat, because Harry noticed a momentary shimmer across her skin, quickly suppressed. "I believe Harry's education will require significant time and attention," she said, her voice perfectly controlled despite the subtle warning signs Harry had learned to recognize. "Particularly given the deficiencies in his upbringing thus far." "Indeed," Lucius agreed, his tone suggesting he was humoring her. "Though one wonders whether such attention might be better directed toward our own son. Draco's future, after all, is our primary concern. I can attend to both, Narcissa replied with a hint of steel beneath her polite tone. Draco remains my highest priority, but that doesn't preclude other educational endeavors. Draco looked between his parents with growing confusion. Why are you teaching Potter anyway, mother? Isn't that what Hogwarts is for? An uncomfortable silence fell over the table. Harry held his breath, wondering how Narcissa would explain the Veela recognition to her son. Your mother has discovered a magical connection to Mr. Potter, Lucius said before Narcissa could respond. A matter of ancient blood magic that has created certain obligations. What kind of connection? Draco demanded, looking increasingly disturbed. Why would you have a magical connection to him? Narcissa set down her fork with deliberate care. It's called Veela recognition, Draco. It appears I have Veela heritage through the Black family line, which recently awakened when I encountered Harry. The magic identified him as someone compatible with my magic, someone I'm meant to protect and guide. Draco's face flushed with indignation. But you're my mother. You're supposed to protect and guide me. And I always will, Narcissa assured him gently. This doesn't change my love for you or my commitment to your future. It simply means that Harry also requires my assistance. I don't want to share you, Draco said bluntly, glaring at Harry with open hostility now. Especially not with him. An understandable sentiment, Lucius commented, studying his son's reaction with apparent approval. Blood should come first, should it not, Narcissa? The question was loaded with meaning beyond the obvious, and Harry saw Narcissa's fingers tighten slightly around her water glass. Family is indeed paramount, she agreed carefully. But magic of this nature cannot be ignored without consequences. The texts are quite clear on this point. Texts can be misinterpreted, Lucius countered smoothly. Or more favorable interpretations found with sufficient motivation. The conversation continued in this vein throughout dinner, veiled comments and double meanings that Harry could only partially decipher, interspersed with Draco's increasingly direct questions and obvious jealousy. By the time dessert was served, an elaborate confection that would have made Dudley weep with envy, the tension in the room was palpable. Perhaps we might adjourn to the drawing room, Lucius suggested as the dessert plates vanished. I have a matter to discuss with Mr. Potter privately. Alarm flashed across Narcissa's face before she controlled it. I believe I should be present for any such discussion, Lucius. Your presence is not required for what I have in mind, Lucius said, his tone brooking no argument. It will only take a moment. Harry felt a surge of fear, but he remembered Andromeda's words, you are Harry Potter. That name carries weight. I would prefer if Narcissa joined us, sir, he said, surprised by the steadiness of his own voice. Given her role as my magical guardian. Lucius's eyes narrowed at this small defiance. Guardian? A presumptuous term for what is merely a magical curiosity. But very well, if it will expedite matters. They moved to a lavishly appointed drawing room, where Lucius directed Harry to sit in a chair while he remained standing, using his height to intimidate. Narcissa positioned herself slightly to the side, where she could observe both of them. Draco had been sent to his rooms despite his protests, though Harry suspected the boy might be eavesdropping somehow. Mr. Potter, Lucius began without preamble, what precisely do you understand about your place in the wizarding world? Harry hesitated, unsure what aspect of his place Lucius was referring to. I know that I'm famous for something I don't remember, he said carefully. That people call me the boy who lived, because I survived when my parents didn't. Indeed, Lucius said, beginning to pace slowly. You survived when the most powerful dark wizard of our age could not kill you. A remarkable feat for an infant, wouldn't you agree? Harry wasn't sure how to respond to that. I don't think I did anything special, sir. My mother died to protect me. Narcissa says that might have created some kind of protection. Lucius paused in his pacing, shooting a sharp glance at Narcissa. Does she? How sentimental. And what else has my wife told you about that night? About the Dark Lord? That he killed my parents, Harry said, a hint of anger creeping into his voice despite his best efforts. That he tried to kill me too, but something went wrong, and he was defeated instead. Defeated, Lucius repeated, as if tasting the word. Yes, that's the common understanding. But not destroyed, Mr. Potter. Never destroyed. A chill ran down Harry's spine. What do you mean? Lucius, Narcissa said sharply. This is inappropriate. Harry is a child, not a pawn in your political games. On the contrary, my dear, Lucius replied without taking his eyes off Harry. Mr. Potter has been a pawn since the moment that scar appeared on his forehead. The question is merely whose pawn he will be. He moved closer to Harry, his tall figure looming menacingly. You see, Mr. Potter, there are many who believe the Dark Lord will return one day. And when he does, he will remember who was faithful, and who was not. Harry felt a surge of defiance cut through his fear. Are you threatening me, Mr. Malfoy? Lucius's eyebrows rose at the direct question. Threatening? No. Merely illuminating the political landscape you now find yourself in. My wife has taken an interest in your welfare due to this Veela recognition. I am accommodating this interest, for the moment. But make no mistake, my priority remains the future of House Malfoy. As does mine, Narcissa interjected, moving to stand beside Harry's chair, one hand resting protectively on his shoulder. And I believe Harry's education and well-being are now tied to that future, whether we anticipated such a connection or not. Lucius studied his wife, something unreadable passing between them. We shall see, he said finally. The boy may remain under your tutelage for the time being. But he will not stay at Shell Cottage. If you insist on this project, it will be conducted here, at the manor, where I can monitor progress. That's not possible, Narcissa said immediately. The blood wards at Privet Drive require his periodic return. Dumbledore will notice his extended absence. A convenient excuse, Lucius observed. But very well. The boy may divide his time between his muggle relatives and Shell Cottage, with periodic visits here for assessment. But Draco's education and well-being remain paramount, Narcissa. I will not have our son's future compromised by your divided attention. Nor would I, Narcissa agreed, her hand tightening slightly on Harry's shoulder. Draco remains my primary concern. The statement shouldn't have hurt. Harry had no claim on Narcissa beyond the mysterious Veela magic, but he felt a pang nonetheless. She was the first adult to show genuine care for him, and hearing her confirm Draco's priority status reinforced his sense of being eternally second best. Then we understand each other, Lucius said with cold finality. Mr. Potter, you have been granted a rare opportunity. My wife's instruction in wizarding ways will serve you well, provided you remember your place in the greater scheme. The threat was thinly veiled, but Harry met Lucius's gaze steadily. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Malfoy. And for allowing Narcissa to continue teaching me. Lucius inclined his head slightly, acknowledging the polite response if not the sentiment behind it. I believe it's time for you to return to your accommodations. Narcissa, you'll see the boy safely back and then return. We have matters to discuss. Of course, Lucius, Narcissa agreed smoothly. Harry, shall we? As they left the drawing room, Harry caught a glimpse of movement at the top of the grand staircase, Draco, watching their departure with an expression of confused resentment. Narcissa led Harry back to the entrance hall in silence, her hand still resting protectively on his shoulder. Only when they were outside, walking down the long drive toward the apparition point, did she speak. You did remarkably well, she said quietly. Lucius was testing you, and you maintained your composure admirably. He doesn't want me around, Harry observed, stating the obvious. And neither does Draco. Draco is, adjusting to the idea of sharing my attention, Narcissa said carefully. He's been the center of our world for 8 years. This is difficult for him to understand. And Lucius? Is he just adjusting, too? Narcissa sighed, her breath visible in the cool evening air. Lucius is calculating advantages and disadvantages, as he does with all things. He hasn't decided yet whether you represent an opportunity or a threat. They reached the edge of the property, and Narcissa turned to face Harry, kneeling slightly to meet his eyes directly. Whatever Lucius decides, whatever complications arise, remember this, the Veela recognition means I will protect you, Harry. Always. The sincerity in her voice was unmistakable, and Harry found himself believing her despite the confusion of the evening and the clear danger Lucius represented. Thank you, he said simply. For everything. Narcissa smiled, a real smile, not the polite mask she'd worn throughout dinner, and offered her arm for apparition. Let's return to Shell Cottage. Andromeda will be anxious to hear how the evening went. As the familiar compression of apparition enveloped him, Harry reflected on the strange turn his life had taken. 2 months ago, he'd been a lonely, neglected boy in a cupboard. Now he was caught in a web of magical politics, ancient bloodlines, and family dynamics he barely understood. But for the first time in his life, he had someone on his side, someone bound by magic and, perhaps, by something more to protect him. Whatever came next, he wasn't alone anymore. The realization was both comforting and terrifying. Because if Harry had learned anything from his brief exposure to the wizarding world, it was that magic always came with a price. And sooner or later, that price would have to be paid. The week following the dinner at Malfoy Manor passed in a blur of lessons, explorations of Shell Cottage's grounds, and increasingly complex wizarding politics. Harry continued his education under the combined tutelage of Narcissa and Andromeda, absorbing information about magical theory, history, and culture with an eagerness that impressed both sisters. Narcissa divided her time between the cottage and Malfoy Manor, maintaining the appearance of normal family life while secretly continuing Harry's education. Lucius, apparently satisfied with the compromise they'd reached, did not interfere beyond requesting regular updates on Harry's progress. Draco was another matter entirely. According to Narcissa, her son had become increasingly demanding of her attention, scheduling extra flying lessons, requesting help with his studies at times she would normally be at Shell Cottage, and generally making it clear he resented her divided focus. He asked to meet you again, Narcissa mentioned one afternoon as she supervised Harry's attempt at wandless magic, focusing on making a feather hover without the assistance of a proper spell. He seems to have decided that understanding his competition is the best approach. Harry, concentrating hard on the feather, barely registered her words at first. When they penetrated, he lost his focus, and the feather that had been trembling slightly on the table fell still. Me? Why would he want to meet me again? He didn't seem to like me very much at dinner. Precisely why he wants to meet you properly, Narcissa explained. Draco is calculating, in his way. If he can't eliminate the competition, which he's realized isn't an option, he'll seek to understand and potentially control it. Just like his father, Andromeda commented from where she was preparing lunch in the cottage's kitchen. Narcissa didn't contradict her sister, though her expression tightened slightly. Draco is a product of his upbringing. But he's also still a child, capable of growth and change. Harry considered this as he returned his attention to the feather. Would it be here? The meeting, I mean. No, Narcissa replied. Lucius suggested, rather firmly, that you visit the manor again. Tomorrow afternoon. For flying lessons. Harry's head snapped up in surprise. Flying? With Draco? Under my supervision, of course, Narcissa assured him. Lucius will be at the ministry, so you needn't worry about his presence. The prospect was both exciting and nerve-wracking. On one hand, Harry had been eagerly reading about flying and Quidditch, fascinated by the idea of soaring through the air on a broomstick. On the other hand, Draco's obvious resentment made the prospect of spending an afternoon with him somewhat daunting. Okay, Harry agreed after a moment's consideration. I'd like to learn to fly. Narcissa nodded approvingly. Excellent. Now, let's return to your wandless practice. The feather was beginning to respond before you lost concentration. The next day found Harry once again approaching the imposing facade of Malfoy Manor, though this time in more casual attire suitable for flying lessons. Narcissa had provided him with what she called basic practice robes, lightweight and flexible compared to the formal attire he'd worn to dinner, but still clearly expensive and well-made. Draco was waiting for them on the manicured lawn behind the manor, 2 broomsticks propped against a nearby bench. He straightened when he saw them approach, his expression a carefully constructed mask of polite indifference that couldn't quite hide his curiosity and lingering resentment. "Mother." "Potter," he greeted them, his tone neutral. "Good afternoon, Draco," Narcissa replied warmly, bending to kiss his cheek. "Thank you for offering to teach Harry the basics of flying. It's very generous of you." Draco preened slightly at the praise, his posture relaxing. "Well, he can hardly go to Hogwarts not knowing how to fly. It would be embarrassing." Harry recognized the statement as both an insult and, oddly, a form of inclusion. Draco was acknowledging that they would both attend Hogwarts, potentially as peers rather than strictly as enemies. "Thanks for showing me," Harry said, genuinely appreciative despite Draco's attitude. "I've been reading about flying, but it's not the same as actually doing it." Draco seemed momentarily disarmed by the sincere gratitude. "Yes, well. Theory only gets you so far. These are training brooms, they don't go very high or fast, but they're good for beginners." He handed Harry one of the broomsticks, a polished handle with neatly trimmed twigs at one end, the word "Comet" inscribed in flowing script near the top. "The first step is to command the broom," Draco explained, setting his own broom on the ground beside him. "Place yours on the ground, stand beside it, and say 'up' with authority." Harry followed the instructions, laying his broom on the grass and standing next to it with his right hand extended. "Up," he said firmly. To his surprise and delight, the broom immediately jumped into his hand, the handle warm and responsive against his palm. Draco's eyebrows rose slightly. "Not bad, Potter. Sometimes it takes beginners several tries." He demonstrated with his own broom, which leapt to his hand just as promptly. "The broom can sense if you're nervous or uncertain. You have to really mean it." Under Narcissa's watchful eye, Draco continued the lesson, showing Harry how to mount the broom properly, how to grip the handle without sliding off, and the basic principles of steering and control. "Lean forward to accelerate, pull back to slow down or stop," he explained. "Turn by combining a slight lean in the desired direction with a gentle shift of the handle. Nothing sharp or sudden until you're more experienced." Harry absorbed the instructions eagerly, finding the principles intuitive somehow, as if his body already understood what to do even if his mind was still catching up. "Ready to try hovering?" Draco asked after they'd covered the basics. "Just push off gently from the ground, rise a few feet, and then come back down. Like this." He demonstrated, pushing off with precise control to hover about 4 feet above the ground for several seconds before descending smoothly. Harry took a deep breath, adjusted his grip as instructed, and pushed off. The sensation was immediate and exhilarating, a feeling of lightness and freedom unlike anything he'd experienced before. The broom responded to his slightest movement, holding steady as he hovered at approximately the same height Draco had demonstrated. "Good," Draco said, sounding genuinely impressed despite himself. "Now come back down, gently." Harry descended carefully, touching down with only a slight stumble. "He has natural talent," Narcissa observed from where she watched nearby. "Like his father." The comment seemed to irritate Draco, whose expression tightened momentarily before he controlled it. "Let's try actual flying now. Follow me, Potter, but don't go higher than the hedges." For the next hour, Harry followed Draco on increasingly complex flight patterns around the manor's extensive gardens. They started with simple straight lines, progressed to gentle turns, and eventually attempted figure eights and basic speed variations. Throughout, Draco provided instruction that was technically accurate if not always kindly delivered. "Don't hunch over like that, you'll fall off if you hit turbulence. Your turns are too sharp, you're not trying to catch a snitch yet. Better, but your speed control is still erratic. Despite the critical commentary, Harry found himself enjoying the lesson immensely. There was something fundamentally right about flying, as if he'd been born to do it. And Draco, for all his superior attitude, was clearly a skilled flyer and a knowledgeable teacher. By the time Narcissa called for a break, both boys were flushed with exertion and, though Draco might not admit it, genuine enjoyment of the shared activity. "You've both done excellently," Narcissa praised as they landed near a shaded patio where refreshments had appeared. "Draco, your instruction was very clear. Harry, your progress is remarkable for a first lesson." Draco looked pleased at the compliment, though he tried to hide it behind a casual shrug. "Potter's not hopeless," he allowed, which from him seemed like high praise. "With more practice, he might even be decent." Harry grinned, recognizing the backhanded compliment for what it was, a slight thawing in Draco's frosty attitude. "Thanks. You're a good teacher." They settled at the patio table, where a house elf had laid out cold drinks and small sandwiches. As they refreshed themselves, Draco studied Harry with undisguised curiosity. "Is it true you live in a cupboard?" he asked abruptly. "When you're with those muggles, I mean." Harry nearly choked on his drink, caught off guard by the direct question. Yes. Or I did. I'm not sure what will happen when I go back." Draco's nose wrinkled in disgust. "That's barbaric, even for muggles. Why would anyone put a wizard in a cupboard?" "They don't like magic," Harry explained simply. "Or anything unusual. They wanted me to be normal." "You're Harry Potter," Draco said, as if this explained everything. "Even if you weren't the boy who lived, you'd still be a wizard. There's nothing normal about that, at least not by Muggle standards." It was perhaps the first thing they'd found complete agreement on, and Harry nodded. "They didn't tell me I was a wizard. I didn't know until your mother found me." Draco looked genuinely shocked. "You didn't know? But you're famous. Everyone in the wizarding world knows who you are." "Not me," Harry said with a shrug. "I thought my parents died in a car crash until Narcissa told me the truth." "A car crash?" Draco repeated, clearly unfamiliar with the term. "A Muggle transportation accident," Narcissa explained. Harry's relatives deliberately concealed the truth about his parents' deaths and his own heritage. Draco seemed to digest this information, his expression shifting from shock to something more complicated, a mix of disbelief, disgust, and perhaps a hint of genuine sympathy. That's just wrong," he said finally. "I mean, I don't like you much, Potter, but even you deserve to know you're a wizard." Coming from Draco, this was practically a declaration of solidarity. Harry offered a small smile. "Thanks. I'm learning now, at least." "From my mother," Draco said, the edge of resentment creeping back into his voice. "Because of some weird Veela magic." "Draco," Narcissa said, her tone gently warning. "It's true though," Draco insisted. "You're only helping him because magic is making you, not because you actually care about him." The accusation hung in the air, voicing the very doubt that had lingered in the back of Harry's mind since learning about the Veela recognition. Was Narcissa's kindness genuine, or merely a magical compulsion she couldn't resist? The Veela recognition identified a compatibility, Narcissa said carefully, addressing both boys. It didn't create affection or concern where none would naturally exist. Think of it as magic highlighting a connection that was already possible, not forcing one that was impossible. Draco didn't look entirely convinced. "But you wouldn't have helped him without it. You wouldn't even have met him." "Perhaps not," Narcissa acknowledged. "But having met him, having recognized the injustice of his situation, I would like to think I would have helped regardless of magical compulsion." "You can't know that for sure," Draco argued. "And now you have to help him, even if it means spending less time with me." The naked vulnerability in that statement caught Harry by surprise. Beneath Draco's arrogance and hostility was a simple fear of losing his mother's attention and affection, a fear Harry could understand all too well, having never had either in the first place. Draco, look at me, Narcissa said, reaching across the table to take her son's hand. You are my dragon, my son, my first priority always. Nothing and no one will ever change that. But just as you have enough intelligence to learn many subjects, I have enough care to help more than one child. Draco didn't pull his hand away, but his expression remained troubled. It's different though, isn't it? The way you feel about him because of the Veela magic. Different from how you feel about me. Yes, Narcissa admitted. It is different. But different doesn't mean better or worse, more or less. It's simply different. Harry watched this exchange with mixed emotions. Part of him envied the easy affection between Narcissa and Draco, the unquestioned belonging that Draco took for granted. Another part felt oddly protective of both of them, recognizing the genuine concern on both sides. I'm not trying to take your mother away, he said quietly. I never had a proper family. I wouldn't know how to be part of one even if I tried. Draco looked at him sharply, surprised by the honest admission. But you want one. A family, I mean. It wasn't a question, but Harry nodded anyway. Doesn't everyone? Something shifted in Draco's expression, not quite softening, but perhaps a new understanding. I suppose, he said, then added with a touch of his usual arrogance, though not everyone deserves the Malfoy name. Draco, Narcissa chided gently. What? It's true, Draco defended himself. The Malfoy legacy goes back centuries. We can't just adopt any random wizard, even if he is Harry Potter. No one is suggesting adoption, Narcissa said smoothly. Merely educational support and proper wizarding guidance. Draco seemed somewhat mollified by this clarification. Good. Because father would never allow it anyway. An uncomfortable silence fell over the table at the mention of Lucius. Harry, seeking to redirect the conversation to safer territory, gestured toward the brooms leaning against a nearby tree. Could we fly some more? I'd like to try those turns again. I think I was pulling too hard on the handle. Draco brightened visibly at the return to a subject where he could demonstrate superiority. Of course you were. Let me show you the proper technique again. As they returned to their flying lesson, Harry caught Narcissa watching them with a complicated expression, pride in her son's expertise, satisfaction at Harry's progress, and beneath it all, a worry that suggested she was already calculating future complications. The remainder of the afternoon passed in surprisingly companionable activity. Draco's natural competitiveness transformed into genuine instruction as he demonstrated increasingly complex maneuvers for Harry to attempt. When Harry picked up a technique quickly, Draco's initial annoyance gave way to a reluctant respect, particularly when Harry admitted struggling with aspects Draco found easy. You're too tense on the slow turns, Draco explained after Harry's third wobbly attempt at a particular pattern. You need to trust the broom more, it wants to fly the right way if you let it. Harry adjusted his grip as suggested and tried again, finding the movement much smoother. That's loads better. Thanks. Draco's pleased expression at the gratitude was quickly masked, but not before Harry noticed it. For all his arrogance, Draco clearly valued being taken seriously as an instructor. As the sun began to lower in the sky, Narcissa called an end to the lesson. Well done, both of you. Draco, your father will be home soon for dinner. Harry and I should return to the cottage. Draco looked momentarily disappointed before schooling his features. Will Potter be coming back for more lessons? Would you like that? Narcissa asked, her tone carefully neutral. Draco shrugged with studied casualness. He needs a lot more practice. And you said I'm a good teacher. I did, and you are, Narcissa agreed with a small smile. Perhaps we can arrange another session before Harry returns to his relatives. This reminder of Harry's eventual return to Privet Drive cast a shadow over the otherwise pleasant afternoon. As they said their goodbyes, Harry found himself wondering what would happen when the Dursleys returned from their vacation. Would these magical interludes with Narcissa, Andromeda, and even Draco cease entirely? Would he be back to his cupboard as if none of this had ever happened? The thought was almost physically painful. As Narcissa brought them back to Shell Cottage, Harry's mind was so preoccupied with these worries that he barely noticed the trip. Only when they materialized on the grassy bluff overlooking the sea did he register that something was wrong. Narcissa had gone rigid beside him, her hand tightening painfully around his. "Get behind me," she said sharply, her wand already in her hand. "Now, Harry." Confused but responding to the urgency in her voice, Harry moved behind her, peering around her robes to see what had alarmed her. 3 figures stood near the cottage's entrance, 2 men and a woman. The taller man had a long silver beard and wore magnificent purple robes embroidered with silver stars. Beside him stood a severe-looking woman with her hair pulled back in a tight bun, and a third figure in shabby robes with prematurely graying hair. "Ah, Narcissa," the silver-bearded man said pleasantly, as if they'd arranged this meeting months in advance. "How fortuitous. We were just about to send a message requesting your presence. And young Harry too, I see. Excellent." "Dumbledore," Narcissa replied, her voice ice-cold. "You're trespassing on Black family property." "Am I?" the old wizard asked mildly. "My apologies. I was under the impression that when a child goes missing, certain social niceties might be temporarily suspended in the interest of their safety." Harry felt Narcissa's posture shift slightly, becoming more defensive. The scales he'd seen before began to shimmer at her temples, and her free hand, the one not holding her wand, showed signs of the claw-like transformation he'd glimpsed once when she was particularly protective. "Harry is perfectly safe, as you can see," she said, her voice taking on an unusual resonant quality. "Your concern is noted but unnecessary." "Perhaps," Dumbledore agreed, his eyes twinkling despite the tension. "But I confess I'm most curious about how the wife of Lucius Malfoy came to be caring for Harry Potter, of all children. It presents rather a fascinating puzzle, wouldn't you agree, Minerva?" The severe-looking witch beside him nodded sharply. "Fascinating is one word for it. Suspicious would be another." "We mean no harm to the boy," the third figure said, his voice gentle but firm. "We only want to ensure his well-being." "His well-being was of little concern to any of you when he was sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs," Narcissa replied coldly. "Starved, neglected, occasionally struck by his muggle relatives. Where was your concern then, Remus Lupin?" The shabby-looking wizard flinched as if struck. "A cupboard? What are you talking about? You didn't know?" Narcissa's voice dripped with scorn. "The great Albus Dumbledore placed the savior of the wizarding world with muggles who locked him in a cupboard, denied him proper food, and punished him for accidental magic. And none of you bothered to check on him for 7 years." Harry felt a flush of embarrassment at having his mistreatment discussed so openly, but also a surge of gratitude toward Narcissa for her fierce defense. "Is this true, Albus?" the witch called Minerva demanded, turning to Dumbledore with flashing eyes. "Is Potter living in a cupboard? I told you those muggles were the worst sort." Dumbledore's expression turned grave. "If true, it is deeply concerning. However, we have only Narcissa Malfoy's word on this matter, hardly an unbiased source, given the circumstances." "Ask Harry yourself," Narcissa challenged. "Though I warn you, any attempt to separate us will be met with significant resistance." As if to emphasize her point, the Veela transformation progressed further, her eyes lightening to an almost silvery hue, the scales becoming more pronounced, her fingers elongating into unmistakable talons. "Merlin's beard," the man called Remus breathed. "Veela recognition. That's what this is, isn't it?" Dumbledore's eyebrows rose in apparent surprise. "Most unexpected," he murmured. "And most interesting indeed. Harry," he called, addressing him directly for the first time. "Would you mind stepping forward? I promise, no one here wishes you any harm." Harry hesitated, looking up at Narcissa for guidance. The partial transformation made her appearance both beautiful and terrifying, but her eyes when they met his were clear and concerned. "It's your choice," she said softly. But remember, I am here, and I will protect you no matter what. Drawing courage from her assurance, Harry stepped out from behind her, though he remained close enough to retreat if necessary. "Hello, Harry," Dumbledore said gently. "I am Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. These are my colleagues, Professor Minerva McGonagall and Remus Lupin, who was a friend of your parents." "Hello, sir," Harry replied cautiously. "Narcissa has told me about you. You're the one who left me with the Dursleys." Dumbledore's smile faltered slightly. "Yes, for reasons I believed sound at the time. But perhaps we might discuss your living situation. I'm particularly interested in this cupboard Mrs. Malfoy mentioned." Harry glanced at Narcissa again, receiving a small nod of encouragement. "It's under the stairs," he said simply. "That's where I sleep. Or did, until Narcissa brought me here." "I see," Dumbledore said gravely. "And how have you been treated otherwise by your aunt and uncle?" Harry shrugged uncomfortably. "They don't like me much. Or magic. Aunt Petunia calls me a freak sometimes. Uncle Vernon gets angry when strange things happen around me. Dudley, that's my cousin, likes to chase me with his friends and beat me up." Each simple statement seemed to land like a physical blow on the man called Remus, whose face grew increasingly pale. The witch, Professor McGonagall, looked like she might breathe fire at any moment. "I told you, Albus," she hissed. "I sat watching those muggles all day before you left him there. I told you they were the worst sort." "So you did, Minerva," Dumbledore acknowledged. "It seems I owe you an apology, and a much larger one to Harry." He turned his attention back to Harry, his blue eyes serious behind half-moon spectacles. "Has Mrs. Malfoy been kind to you, Harry? Has she taken good care of you during your time here?" "Yes," Harry said without hesitation. "She's taught me about magic and given me books and proper food. And she didn't make me sleep in a cupboard. I have a real bedroom here with a view of the ocean." "And has she told you why she's helping you? About the Veela recognition?" Harry nodded. "She said her magic recognized me as someone she should protect. That we're compatible, somehow." "Fascinating," Dumbledore murmured. "And most unexpected, given the circumstances." "The circumstances being that her husband was one of Voldemort's most devoted followers," Remus said bluntly. "The man who tried to kill you, Harry, and who succeeded in killing your parents." "Remus," McGonagall admonished. "The boy is 8 years old." "Old enough to know the truth," Remus insisted. "James and Lily's son deserves to know who his parents were, and who their enemies were." "Narcissa already told me," Harry said, surprising the adults. "She said her husband served the Dark Lord, but that he claims he was under a spell called the Imperious Curse." "Did she indeed?" Dumbledore's gaze shifted to Narcissa, who met it unflinchingly despite her partial transformation. "Most forthright of you, Mrs. Malfoy." "I have not lied to Harry," Narcissa stated firmly. "Not about his parents, not about the Dark Lord, not about my family's complicated position in the war. He deserves honesty, especially after years of muggle deception." "And what does Lucius think of your new project?" Dumbledore inquired. "I imagine he's less than enthusiastic about his wife protecting Harry Potter." A flicker of something, concern, fear, crossed Narcissa's face before she controlled it. "My husband understands that Veela recognition cannot be denied without consequences. We have reached an accommodation." "Have you indeed?" Dumbledore didn't sound convinced. "And what might this accommodation entail?" Before Narcissa could respond, the door of Shell Cottage burst open, and Andromeda emerged, wand drawn. "I thought I heard voices," she broke off at the sight of the visitors, her eyes widening. "Professor Dumbledore. Minerva. Remus. Andromeda Tonks," Dumbledore greeted her with evident surprise. Another unexpected element in an already fascinating puzzle. The Black Sisters reunited over Harry Potter. Who could have predicted such a development? Not you, apparently, Andromeda replied with a hint of challenge. Or you might have checked on the boy's welfare before now. A fair criticism, Dumbledore acknowledged. And one I shall address. But first, we must decide on Harry's immediate future. The Blood Wards at Privet Drive remain his strongest protection against Voldemort's remaining followers. The wards did nothing to protect him from the Dursleys themselves, Narcissa pointed out, her transformation beginning to recede as the immediate threat to Harry seemed to diminish. What good is protection from external threats if he's being harmed from within? A valid concern, Dumbledore conceded. One that requires careful consideration and, it seems, some adjustments to the current arrangements. He turned to Harry again, his expression gentle but serious. Harry, I must apologize for my failure to ensure your proper care with the Dursleys. I believe the blood protection offered by your mother's sacrifice, anchored through her sister, was worth some discomfort. I see now that I was mistaken about the extent of that discomfort. Harry wasn't sure how to respond to this apology from one of the most powerful wizards in Britain. It's okay, I guess, he said awkwardly. I didn't know any different until recently. Which makes it all the more reprehensible, McGonagall muttered, though Dumbledore pretended not to hear. I propose a compromise, he said, addressing all present. The Blood Wards require Harry to call Privet Drive home, but not necessarily to reside there full-time. Regular visits, perhaps a week during each month, would be sufficient to maintain the protection. A week per month with those awful muggles? Andromeda objected. After what they've done to him? With certain adjustments to his living conditions, Dumbledore clarified. A proper bedroom, adequate nutrition, and clear boundaries regarding his treatment. I believe the Dursleys can be persuaded to comply. Persuaded how? Narcissa asked skeptically. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. I can be quite persuasive when necessary, Mrs. Malfoy. The remainder of Harry's time could be divided between Shell Cottage and other appropriate wizarding households, ensuring his continued education in magical matters while maintaining the blood protection. Other households? Remus asked sharply. Such as? I believe Harry might benefit from knowing his parents' friends, Dumbledore said mildly. Perhaps you might consider hosting him occasionally, Remus. And there are others who knew James and Lily who might welcome the opportunity. Remus looked startled by the suggestion. My condition makes that complicated, Albus. Only for 3 days out of every month, Dumbledore replied. Arrangements could be made. Harry listened to this discussion of his future with growing confusion. Don't I get any say? He asked suddenly, surprising the adults into momentary silence. Of course you do, my boy, Dumbledore recovered first. What would you prefer? Harry looked at Narcissa, drawing strength from her steady presence. I want to stay with Narcissa as much as possible, he said firmly. She's the first person who ever really helped me. And I like learning from her and Andromeda. Understandable, Dumbledore nodded. But surely you'd also like to learn about your parents from those who knew them best. Professor McGonagall taught them both, and Remus was one of your father's closest friends. Harry couldn't deny his hunger for information about James and Lily Potter. I would like that, he admitted. But I don't want to lose what I have here either. No one is suggesting taking that away, Dumbledore assured him. Merely expanding your connections in the wizarding world. A foot in multiple camps, as it were. Narcissa's expression suggested she understood the political maneuver behind Dumbledore's seemingly generous proposal. By allowing Harry to maintain contact with her while introducing other influences, he was ensuring no single faction could claim exclusive access to the boy who lived. And Lucius? She asked pointedly. What assurances do I have that this arrangement won't place my family at risk when certain former associates learn of it? A valid concern, Dumbledore acknowledged. Perhaps we might discuss a more detailed arrangement inside. The evening grows cool, and I find myself craving a cup of tea. The tension in the air remained palpable, but the immediate confrontation seemed to have transformed into a negotiation. As they moved toward the cottage, Harry found himself walking between Narcissa and Remus Lupin, acutely aware of the symbolic positioning, caught between his parents' world and the new connection forged by Veela magic. The path ahead remained uncertain, fraught with complications and potential dangers. But as Harry glanced up at Narcissa, seeing the determination in her expression and feeling the reassuring presence of the magical bond between them, he felt a surge of hope. For the first time in his life, he wasn't facing the future alone. And that, perhaps, made all the difference. Chapter 3, New Constellations. The negotiations at Shell Cottage lasted well into the night. Harry, after providing his perspective on the Dursleys and his time with Narcissa, had been gently but firmly sent upstairs to bed. Though he tried to eavesdrop from the landing, someone, likely Dumbledore, had cast a privacy charm that transformed the adults' voices into an indecipherable murmur. Sleep eventually claimed him, his dreams a confused jumble of flying with Draco, Narcissa's protective transformation, and the strange, piercing blue eyes of Albus Dumbledore. When he woke the next morning, weak sunlight filtering through the curtains, Harry found himself wondering if any resolution had been reached. He dressed quickly and made his way downstairs, following the scent of breakfast cooking and the sound of quiet conversation. In the cottage's kitchen, he found Narcissa and Andromeda seated at the table, cups of tea in front of them, their expressions serious but not overtly troubled. "Good morning, Harry," Narcissa said, looking up as he entered. "Did you sleep well?" "Mostly," Harry replied, sliding into an empty chair. "What happened after I went upstairs? Did you reach an agreement with Dumbledore?" The sisters exchanged a glance before Narcissa nodded. "We did, though not without considerable negotiation. Arrangements have been made for your future that balance various considerations." "What kind of arrangements?" Harry asked, accepting a plate of eggs and toast that Andromeda pushed toward him. "You'll divide your time between several locations," Narcissa explained. "1 week per month at Privet Drive, to maintain the blood wards, though with significant improvements to your living conditions. Dumbledore himself has gone to speak with your relatives this morning." Harry tried to imagine Albus Dumbledore, with his magnificent robes and silver beard, confronting Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia in their aggressively normal house. The mental image was both amusing and slightly terrifying. "What about the rest of the time?" he asked. 2 weeks each month here at Shell Cottage, where your education will continue with both myself and Andromeda," Narcissa continued. "The remaining week will be spent with various members of the Order of the Phoenix, primarily Remus Lupin, who as you heard was a friend of your father's." "The Order of the Phoenix?" Harry repeated, unfamiliar with the term. "Dumbledore's organization during the war," Andromeda explained. "Those who actively fought against Voldemort and his Death Eaters." "Oh." Harry absorbed this information while taking a bite of toast. "And what about Malfoy Manor? Will I still visit there sometimes?" Another significant glance passed between the sisters. "That remains to be determined," Narcissa said carefully. "Lucius has agreed to the overall arrangement, but the specifics of your interaction with the Malfoy family are still being negotiated." Something in her tone suggested these negotiations weren't proceeding smoothly. "Is Draco upset?" Harry asked, surprising himself with his concern for the arrogant blonde boy who'd taught him to fly. A small, sad smile touched Narcissa's lips. "Draco is adjusting to the new reality. As is Lucius. The situation is complicated by politics beyond your immediate concern." "What Narcissa means," Andromeda interjected with characteristic directness, "is that Lucius Malfoy is walking a political tightrope. Publicly associating with Harry Potter could alienate his more traditional allies, while opposing Narcissa's Veela recognition could destabilize his marriage and family standing." "Andy," Narcissa admonished softly, though without real heat. "He's old enough to understand the basics, sissy," Andromeda replied. "Better he know why things might be tense when he encounters Lucius." Harry appreciated Andromeda's straightforwardness, even as he registered Narcissa's concern about sharing too much. "So Lucius doesn't want me around because his Death Eater friends would be angry," he summarized. "Former Death Eaters," Narcissa corrected automatically. "And it's more nuanced than that. Lucius is primarily concerned with the Malfoy family's position and prosperity. Any association that might threaten that position receives careful scrutiny." "But you're part of the Malfoy family," Harry pointed out. "And you're helping me. Hence the complication," Narcissa acknowledged. "The Veela recognition has created a situation Lucius never anticipated, his wife magically bound to protect the very symbol of the Dark Lord's defeat. He's still determining how to incorporate this reality into his political calculations." It sounded exhausting to Harry, all these layers of politics and positioning. No wonder Narcissa sometimes looked tired despite her elegant composure. "When do I have to go back to the Dursleys?" he asked, returning to the most immediate concern. "Not for another week," Narcissa assured him. "And when you do return, you'll find significant changes. Dumbledore has promised to ensure you receive Dudley's second bedroom, proper meals, and freedom from excessive chores or punishment." Harry's eyebrows rose in surprise. Uncle Vernon would never agree to that. He hates anything to do with magic. "Dumbledore can be very persuasive," Andromeda said with a small smile. "And your uncle, for all his bluster, is fundamentally a coward when confronted with real magical power." The thought of Uncle Vernon cowering before Dumbledore brought a smile to Harry's face, though it faded quickly. "But I'll still have to live with them sometimes." "For now," Narcissa said, an edge of determination in her voice. "The arrangement is temporary, designed to maintain the blood protection while more permanent solutions are explored. Dumbledore believes, and I reluctantly agree, that until you begin at Hogwarts, some connection to your mother's blood is prudent." Harry nodded, understanding even if he didn't like it. "And Remus Lupin? He was my dad's friend." "One of his best friends," Andromeda confirmed. "They were inseparable at Hogwarts, James Potter, Remus Lupin, Sirius Black, and Peter Pettigrew. Called themselves the Marauders, always causing mischief." "Sirius Black. Is he related to you?" Harry asked, noticing the surname. The atmosphere in the kitchen chilled noticeably. Andromeda's expression tightened, while Narcissa looked away, her face unreadable. "Our cousin," Andromeda said finally. "But that's a complicated matter for another discussion." Sensing he'd stumbled onto a sensitive topic, Harry didn't press further. "When will I meet Mr. Lupin properly?" "Remus will visit tomorrow," Narcissa said, seeming relieved by the change of subject. "He's eager to get to know you, though he's currently recovering from a recent illness." Another exchanged glance between the sisters suggested there was more to this illness than Narcissa was saying, but again Harry chose not to push. "Today, however," Narcissa continued, "we have other matters to address. News of your situation is beginning to circulate in certain circles. The Prophet hasn't caught wind of it yet, thankfully, but it's only a matter of time before your disappearance from Privet Drive and my involvement become public knowledge." "The Daily Prophet?" Harry asked, remembering the newspaper Narcissa had shown him during one of their lessons on wizarding media. "The main wizarding newspaper," Andromeda confirmed. "And not known for its restraint or accuracy when a sensational story presents itself." "We need to prepare you for the attention that will follow," Narcissa said. "Once the story breaks, you'll be subject to even more scrutiny than before. Your every move, your associations, your apparent allegiances, all will be dissected and analyzed." Harry felt a knot form in his stomach. He'd never enjoyed being the center of attention, a survival mechanism developed during years with the Dursleys, where invisibility meant safety. "Can't we just not tell anyone?" he asked hopefully. Andromeda's laugh held little humor. "Too late for that, I'm afraid. Between the Ministry's investigation into your disappearance, Dumbledore's involvement, and the number of people now aware of Narcissa's Veela recognition, containment is no longer possible. The best strategy," Narcissa said, "is to control the narrative rather than react to it. Which is why we're expecting a visitor this afternoon, someone who can help shape how this story unfolds." Who? Harry asked, immediately wary. Augusta Longbottom, Narcissa replied. A formidable witch with significant social and political influence. Her grandson Neville is your age, you'll likely be classmates at Hogwarts. More importantly, she sits on the Hogwarts Board of Governors and has Dumbledore's ear while maintaining independence from him. She's also firmly opposed to the Death Eater faction, Andromeda added, having lost her son and daughter-in-law to their cruelty during the war. If she endorses this arrangement, it will carry weight with those who might otherwise question Narcissa's motives. Harry tried to process this information. So she's coming to inspect me? To see if I'm being treated well? Essentially, yes, Narcissa confirmed. Though she would never phrase it so bluntly. Augusta appreciates directness, honesty, and proper manners. Just be yourself, answer her questions truthfully, and all should go well. The prospect of being evaluated by yet another powerful adult was intimidating, but Harry nodded his understanding. If this Augusta Longbottom could help protect his new arrangement with Narcissa, he'd do his best to make a good impression. Can I ask one more question? He said, finishing the last of his breakfast. Of course, Narcissa replied. What's going to happen when everyone finds out? Will it be dangerous for you? Because of Lucius and his friends? The concern in his voice brought a softness to Narcissa's expression that few outside this cottage ever witnessed. Your concern is touching, but unnecessary. I've navigated dangerous political waters my entire life. This situation is more complex than most, but not beyond my capabilities. Besides, Andromeda added with a mischievous smile, a Veela protecting her recognized charge is not someone even the most hardened Death Eater would willingly challenge. There are stories of what happens to those who threaten a Veela's protected one, none of them end pleasantly for the aggressor. This was clearly news to Harry. Really? What happens to them? Those are rather graphic tales for the breakfast table, Narcissa deflected smoothly. Perhaps we should focus on your lessons for today. I believe we were scheduled to cover wizarding government structures and the Wizengamot, knowledge that will serve you well when meeting Augusta. The rest of the morning passed in focused study, with both sisters contributing to Harry's education about the complex structure of magical Britain's governing bodies. By lunchtime, his head was swimming with information about the Minister for Magic, the Wizengamot's judicial and legislative functions, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and the intricate dance of power between old families, elected officials, and career bureaucrats. The key to understanding wizarding politics, Narcissa explained as they took a break for lunch, is recognizing that formal authority and actual influence are often separate. The minister may hold the highest office, but without the support of the Wizengamot, the department heads, and key family alliances, their power is limited. It's like a chess game where the pieces can decide whether to follow the player's moves, Andromeda added. The official rules say one thing, but tradition and relationship networks often matter more. That sounds confusing, Harry said, trying to imagine Uncle Vernon navigating such a system. The mental image was both absurd and amusing. It is, by design, Narcissa agreed. Those born into old families like the Blacks, Malfoys, Longbottoms, and others are taught these unwritten rules from childhood. It creates a natural advantage that maintains their influence across generations. That doesn't seem fair, Harry observed. It isn't, Andromeda said flatly. It's one of many systemic inequities in wizarding Britain that perpetuates certain power structures. Which is why, Narcissa added with a pointed look at her sister, understanding these structures is so important, especially for someone in your position. Fair or not, this is the reality you'll navigate as Harry Potter. After lunch, Harry was sent upstairs to change into semi-formal robes for Augusta Longbottom's visit. As he dressed, he reflected on how quickly his life had transformed. In less than 2 months, he'd gone from a neglected boy in a cupboard to the center of magical political maneuvering. It was overwhelming and exciting in equal measure. The distinctive crack of apparition alerted him to a new arrival. Peering out his window, Harry saw a tall, imposing woman making her way toward the cottage. She wore formal robes of deep burgundy and a hat topped with what appeared to be a stuffed vulture. Despite her advanced age, she moved with purpose, her back straight and her steps firm. Harry hurried downstairs to find Narcissa and Andromeda waiting in the sitting room, both dressed more formally than usual. Narcissa wore elegant robes of deep blue that complemented her blonde coloring, while Andromeda had chosen a more practical but still refined outfit in shades of bronze. "Remember," Narcissa murmured as the knock came at the door, "honesty and respect. Augusta values both above all else." Andromeda went to admit their visitor, and moments later Augusta Longbottom swept into the sitting room, her sharp eyes immediately finding Harry. "So," she said without preamble, "this is the Potter boy. Come closer, child. Let me look at you." Harry approached somewhat hesitantly, stopping a respectful distance from the formidable witch. Her eyes, dark and piercing, examined him with clinical precision. "James Potter's son, without question," she declared after a moment. "Though I see lily in your eyes and around the mouth." She turned to Narcissa. "He's too thin. The muggles didn't feed him properly." "No," Narcissa confirmed. "Among other deficiencies in his care." Augusta made a disapproving sound deep in her throat. "Dumbledore's judgment has always been questionable where children are concerned. Too focused on the grand design to notice individual suffering." She returned her attention to Harry. "Well, boy. What do you make of all this? A Malfoy as your protector, quite the unexpected development." Harry wasn't sure how to respond to such directness. "It was unexpected for me too, ma'am," he said honestly. "But Narcissa has been kind to me. She's taught me about the wizarding world and made sure I had proper food and a real bedroom." Augusta studied him for another moment before nodding once, decisively. "Sit down, all of you. We have matters to discuss." What followed was less an interrogation than a thorough debriefing. Augusta questioned Harry about his life with the Dursleys, his encounters with Narcissa, his current education, and his understanding of his place in the wizarding world. Her questions were direct but not unkind, and she listened to his answers with careful attention. "The arrangement Dumbledore outlined is sensible enough as a temporary measure," she said finally, addressing Narcissa and Andromeda. "But it fails to address the longer-term implications. The wizarding world will divide along predictable lines when this becomes public, those who see a Death Eater's wife corrupting the boy who lived versus those who fear Harry Potter being shaped by the light side against their interests." "We're aware of the likely reactions," Narcissa acknowledged. "However, the Veela recognition complicates the narrative in ways that may prove advantageous. Ancient magic transcending political divisions creates a more nuanced story." "Perhaps," Augusta allowed. "But perception matters as much as reality in these situations. Which is why I've come with a proposal." She reached into her handbag and withdrew a rolled parchment sealed with red wax. "A formal declaration of magical guardianship, to be filed with the Ministry. It establishes a triumvirate of guardians for Harry Potter, Narcissa Malfoy as primary due to the Veela recognition, with myself and Andromeda Tonks as secondary guardians to ensure balanced influence and protection." Narcissa accepted the parchment, breaking the seal to examine its contents. Her eyebrows rose slightly as she read. "This is comprehensive. And potentially controversial. Lucius will not be pleased to be excluded." "Lucius Malfoy's pleasure is not my concern," Augusta said bluntly. "His exclusion is deliberate and necessary. This arrangement provides you legal standing to make decisions for Potter's welfare while creating checks against any single influence dominating his upbringing." She turned to Harry, her expression softening marginally. "This would mean I become one of your magical guardians, young man. Along with Narcissa and Andromeda. Your legal guardianship in the Muggle world would remain with your aunt and uncle, but in magical matters, the three of us would make decisions regarding your education, welfare, and magical development. Is that acceptable to you?" Harry looked between the three witches, considering. Augusta Longbottom was intimidating but seemed genuinely concerned for his welfare. Andromeda had been nothing but kind and straightforward since he'd met her. And Narcissa. Narcissa had changed his life, shown him kindness when no one else had, given him a glimpse of what having someone who cared might feel like. Yes, he said firmly. That would be acceptable. Augusta nodded, satisfied. Good. The boy has sense, at least. She returned her attention to Narcissa. This arrangement will need Dumbledore's tacit approval, though not his formal endorsement. I've already discussed the framework with him. He sees the political advantages, even if he's not entirely comfortable with the execution. And the ministry? Andromeda asked. Fudge will object to any arrangement that doesn't give him influence over Harry. Cornelius Fudge is a politician before all else, Augusta dismissed. Offer him the appearance of involvement without actual authority, and he'll be satisfied. A formal introduction at the ministry, perhaps, or a statement praising his oversight of the arrangement. And Lucius? Narcissa asked quietly. This will further complicate my position at home. Augusta's expression showed little sympathy. You made your choice when your Veela heritage recognized the boy, Narcissa. There was never a path forward that wouldn't require sacrifice. The question is merely which sacrifices you're willing to make. The blunt assessment hung in the air between them. Harry, watching Narcissa's face carefully, saw a brief flicker of something, pain. Resignation, before her aristocratic mask resumed its place. The sacrifices are mine to determine, she said finally. But this arrangement has merit, particularly in protecting Harry from those who might seek to use him for their own ends. Including your husband? Augusta pressed. Narcissa met the older witch's gaze steadily. Including anyone who views Harry as a means rather than an end in himself. Augusta nodded, apparently satisfied with the response. Very well. I suggest we formalize this immediately. The documentation requires the magical signatures of all involved, including young Mr. Potter. The next hour was consumed with the technicalities of magical documentation. Harry provided a drop of blood, willingly given, not taken, Augusta emphasized, which was mixed with a special ink used to sign his name on the parchment. The three witches added their own signatures, each accompanied by a touch of their wands and a murmured incantation. When complete, the parchment glowed briefly golden before duplicating itself into 4 identical copies. One for each of us, Augusta explained, handing Harry his copy, and one to be filed with the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. It becomes official at filing, which I will handle personally this afternoon. And then? Harry asked, carefully rolling his copy of the document. Then, Augusta said with grim satisfaction, we manage the inevitable explosion of public interest. I suggest a coordinated approach, a formal statement released simultaneously to the Prophet, the Wizarding Wireless Network, and key international outlets. Control the narrative from the beginning. Agreed, Narcissa said. Though we should consult with Dumbledore before proceeding. His support, however reluctant, will be crucial in the initial reception. I'll speak with Amelia Bones as well, Andromeda added. As head of the DMLE, her endorsement would carry significant weight, particularly with those suspicious of Narcissa's involvement. As the witches discussed strategy, Harry found himself both impressed and slightly intimidated by their political acumen. This was a world of subtle power plays and strategic positioning far removed from the straightforward brutality of life with the Dursleys. In some ways, it seemed more complex but less immediately threatening, in others, far more dangerous for its sophisticated manipulation. What about me? He asked during a brief lull in their planning. What should I do? 3 pairs of eyes turned to him, evaluating in different ways. It was Augusta who answered. You, Mr. Potter, will continue your education with renewed focus. Knowledge is protection in our world, and you have considerable catching up to do before Hogwarts. Her stern expression softened slightly. You might also benefit from meeting my grandson, Neville. He's your age, though painfully shy. Having a friend beyond the Malfoy boy would be prudent. Draco isn't exactly my friend, Harry felt compelled to point out. We've only met twice. Nevertheless, Augusta continued, expanding your social circle beyond the Malfoy influence would be wise. I'll arrange for Neville to visit once this initial furor has settled. The meeting concluded with detailed plans for the coming days, the official filing of the guardianship documents, the coordinated press release, and preparations for Harry's eventual return to Privet Drive under the new arrangements. As Augusta prepared to depart, she paused to address Harry directly once more. Your parents were good people, Mr. Potter. Brave, principled, and kind. They would be proud to see you handling this complicated situation with such composure. She adjusted her vulture-topped hat with dignity. I look forward to watching your development under this unusual but potentially advantageous arrangement. With that, she swept from the cottage, leaving behind an atmosphere charged with purpose and the weight of decisions made. Well, Andromeda said into the silence that followed, that went better than expected. Augusta Longbottom's endorsement will neutralize many potential objections. For some, Narcissa agreed. Others will only see a Death Eater's wife gaining influence over the boy who lived. The coming weeks will be challenging. Harry looked between them, suddenly aware of how much both women were risking for his welfare. I'm sorry for causing so much trouble, he said quietly. Narcissa turned to him, surprise evident in her expression. You have nothing to apologize for, Harry. None of this is your doing, not the Veela recognition, not the political complications, not the public interest that will follow. You are a child who deserves protection and care, nothing more or less. But your life would be simpler without me in it, Harry persisted. You wouldn't be caught between your husband and whatever this is. He gestured vaguely between them. Simpler, yes, Narcissa acknowledged. But simplicity isn't always preferable to complexity. Sometimes the most worthwhile paths are the most difficult. She moved to kneel before him, taking his hands in hers, a gesture so uncharacteristically demonstrative that it startled him. The Veela recognition didn't force me to care about you, Harry. It simply opened a door I might never have found otherwise. What's happened since, my choices, my actions, those are my responsibility, not yours. The sincerity in her eyes was unmistakable, and Harry felt a tightness in his chest that might have been happiness or might have been fear of losing this newfound connection. Either way, he nodded, not trusting himself to speak. Now, Andromeda interjected gently, I believe we all need tea after that encounter. And perhaps we should review what to expect when Remus visits tomorrow. He'll have a different perspective on all of this that will be valuable for Harry to hear. The moment passed, but something had shifted subtly in Harry's understanding of his relationship with Narcissa. Beyond the magical bond, beyond the political implications, there was something genuine growing between them, a connection that transcended the circumstances of its beginning. As the afternoon transitioned into evening, Harry found himself thinking of the new constellation forming around him, Narcissa, Andromeda, Augusta, Remus, even Draco in his complicated way. For a boy who had never had anyone, suddenly having multiple adults concerned with his welfare was both overwhelming and deeply comforting. Whatever storm was brewing in the wider wizarding world, he wasn't facing it alone. And that, perhaps, made all the difference. The Daily Prophet's headline the following morning was predictably sensational, Boy Who Lived Under Stairs, Harry Potter Rescued by Veela Magic. The accompanying article detailed Harry's discovery, living in deplorable conditions with muggle relatives, the miraculous awakening of Narcissa Malfoy's dormant Veela heritage, and the subsequent establishment of a triumvirate of magical guardianship approved by respected authorities. Quotes from Augusta Longbottom featured prominently, along with a carefully worded statement from Albus Dumbledore acknowledging oversights in monitoring Harry's welfare and supporting the new arrangement in the best interests of the child. Lucius Malfoy was mentioned only briefly as aware and accepting of his wife's magically mandated role, a phrasing that made Andromeda snort with derision when she read it aloud at the breakfast table. Aware and accepting, indeed, she muttered. As if Lucius had any choice in the matter. It's a politically expedient formulation, Narcissa observed, scanning the rest of the article with critical eyes. Augusta's influence is evident throughout. The emphasis on ancient magic and traditional guardianship structures will resonate with pureblood families, while the focus on Harry's welfare appeals to more progressive elements. What's this part mean? Harry asked, pointing to a paragraph near the end of the article. Andromeda leaned over to read the passage. Sources close to the arrangement suggest that this unprecedented guardianship structure may signal a new approach to wizarding childcare, bridging traditional pureblood values with modern welfare considerations. Whether this represents a genuine shift in wizarding child protection or merely special accommodation for the boy who lived remains to be seen. It means Augusta is using your situation to advance broader reforms in how the ministry handles child welfare cases, Andromeda explained. She's been advocating for stronger oversight of magical children's living conditions for years, with limited success. Your case provides a powerful example of why such reforms are needed. So I'm being used as an example? Harry asked, not sure how he felt about that. In the best possible way, Narcissa assured him. Your experience might help prevent other children from suffering similar neglect. That's a worthy outcome from an unfortunate situation. Harry nodded, accepting this perspective. Will there be more articles like this? Undoubtedly, Narcissa said with a sigh. This is merely the opening salvo. Expect follow-up pieces exploring every angle, my Veela heritage, your life with the muggles, speculation about how this affects various political alignments. The prophet rarely shows restraint when sensational stories present themselves. As if on cue, an owl swooped through the open window, dropping a letter sealed with an ornate M before Narcissa. Her expression tightened slightly as she recognized the seal. Lucius, she murmured, breaking the wax and unfolding the parchment. As she read, her face remained carefully neutral, but Harry noticed a slight tension in her shoulders. Is everything okay? He asked when she finally set the letter aside. Lucius expresses his displeasure with certain aspects of the guardianship arrangement, Narcissa said diplomatically. He feels his exclusion reflects poorly on House Malfoy and creates unnecessary complications. He's furious, Andromeda translated bluntly. But not surprised, I'd wager. Indeed, Narcissa agreed. He anticipated something of this nature, though perhaps not Augusta's direct involvement. He's requesting my immediate return to the manor to discuss family strategy moving forward. Will you go? Harry asked, trying to keep the worry from his voice. Narcissa considered for a moment. Yes, but not immediately. Remus Lupin will be arriving shortly, and I believe it's important I'm present for that meeting. Lucius's concerns can wait until this afternoon. Another owl arrived as they finished breakfast, this one bearing a small package addressed to Harry. After Andromeda checked it carefully for harmful magic, a necessary precaution now that your location is public knowledge, she explained, Harry unwrapped it to find a photograph in a simple frame, accompanied by a note in unfamiliar handwriting. Harry, I thought you might like to have this. It was taken at your parents' wedding, where I had the honor of serving as best man. James was like a brother to me, and Lily was the sister I never had. I have many more memories and stories to share when we meet today. Looking forward to knowing you. Remus Lupin. The photograph showed a young couple in wedding attire, laughing and dancing together. The man, James, looked remarkably like Harry himself but older, with the same unruly black hair and glasses, though his eyes were different. The woman, Lily, had long red hair and the same brilliant green eyes that Harry saw in the mirror each morning. They looked so happy, so alive, that Harry felt an unexpected tightness in his throat. Your parents, Narcissa said softly, looking over his shoulder at the photograph. They were very young when they married, barely out of Hogwarts. They look happy, Harry managed, tracing his finger over their faces. They were, by all accounts, Narcissa acknowledged. Despite the war, despite the danger, they found joy together. Harry studied the photograph more closely, noticing other figures in the background, dancing, laughing, raising glasses in toast. Is Remus in this picture? Here, Andromeda pointed to a young man with light brown hair standing near the couple, smiling at their dance. And that Sirius beside him. She indicated a handsome young man with dark hair and an easy, confident smile. Your cousin. Harry remembered the uncomfortable reaction when he'd mentioned the name before. Andromeda nodded, a shadow passing over her face. Yes. He was important to your parents. Another conversation for another time. Before Harry could press for details, a gentle knock came at the cottage door. Andromeda went to answer it, returning moments later with Remus Lupin. In daylight, without the tension of the previous confrontation, Harry could see that Remus was younger than he'd first appeared, though lines of care and perhaps illness marked his face prematurely. His robes, while neat, were visibly worn and patched in places, and he carried himself with a careful dignity that seemed to mask deeper vulnerabilities. Harry, he said, his voice warm but tentative. Thank you for agreeing to see me. Thank you for the photograph, Harry replied, holding up the frame. They look real now. Not just names or stories. Something like pain flashed across Remus's face, quickly masked. Yes, they were very real. Extraordinarily so. James filled any room he entered with energy and laughter, and Lily. Lily had a way of seeing through pretense to what truly mattered. He glanced at Narcissa, an unspoken question in his eyes. She nodded slightly and rose from her chair. Perhaps you'd like to speak with Harry privately, Remus? The terrace overlooking the sea might be pleasant this morning. I'd appreciate that, Remus acknowledged. If Harry is comfortable with it. Harry nodded, curious to hear what this man who had known his parents might share. Narcissa led them through French doors onto a stone terrace with a low wall overlooking the cliffs and sea beyond. After ensuring they had tea and biscuits, she withdrew, leaving Harry alone with his father's friend. For a moment, neither spoke, both seemingly unsure where to begin. Remus sipped his tea, studying Harry with eyes that held both sadness and something like wonder. You look so much like James, he said finally. Except for your eyes. Those are entirely Lily's. Everyone says that, Harry replied. But I don't really know what that means. What were they like? As people, I mean. Remus smiled, settling more comfortably into his chair. James was brilliant but arrogant when young, talented at everything he tried, especially Quidditch, and he knew it. It made him insufferable sometimes, particularly to those he saw as rivals or enemies. But he was also fiercely loyal to his friends, brave to the point of recklessness, and capable of tremendous growth when it mattered. And my mum? Harry asked eagerly. Lily was exceptional, brilliant at charms and potions, principled, and unafraid to stand up for what she believed. She had a temper that matched her red hair when provoked, but also enormous capacity for compassion and forgiveness. Remus's smile turned wistful. She couldn't stand James for years, actually. Thought him an arrogant torag, which, to be fair, he often was. It wasn't until our 7th year, when James finally matured somewhat, that she gave him a proper chance. They didn't get along. Harry asked, surprised. Oh, James was smitten with her from 5th year onward, Remus explained. But his methods of showing it were immature, to put it kindly. It took him years to understand that impressing her required becoming someone worthy of her regard, not just performing grand gestures. Harry absorbed this information eagerly. These weren't the perfect, saintly figures he'd imagined, but real people with flaws and growth in complicated relationships. Somehow, that made them more real, more accessible in his mind. How did you become friends with my dad? He asked. Remus hesitated, something complicated passing behind his eyes. We met on the Hogwarts Express our first year. James, Sirius, and I ended up sharing a compartment. Peter joined us later. We were all sorted into Gryffindor and became roommates for the next 7 years. What's Gryffindor? Harry asked. One of the 4 Hogwarts houses, Remus explained. Each student is sorted based on their character and values. Gryffindor values bravery and chivalry, Ravenclaw prizes intelligence and creativity, Hufflepuff values loyalty and hard work, and Slytherin emphasizes ambition and cunning. Your parents were both Gryffindors, as was I. And Narcissa? Harry guessed. She was Slytherin. Yes, Remus confirmed. As was her husband, and as her son will likely be. Most Malfoys and Blacks have been Slytherins for generations. Does that matter? Being in different houses? Remus considered this carefully. It can create certain predispositions in relationships. House rivalries are a significant aspect of Hogwarts culture, particularly between Gryffindor and Slytherin. But they're not insurmountable barriers for those willing to look beyond them. He smiled slightly. Your mother was friendly with a Slytherin boy for many years, despite house differences. The conversation flowed more easily after that, with Remus sharing stories of Hogwarts, of James's Quidditch prowess, of Lily's exceptional charm work, of adventures and misadventures during their school years. Harry drank in every detail, piecing together a more complete picture of the parents he couldn't remember. Eventually, the conversation turned to the present situation. I must admit, Remus said carefully, when Dumbledore told me Narcissa Malfoy had taken an interest in your welfare, I was skeptical, to put it mildly. The Malfoys were not allies of your parents during the war, to say the least. Because of Lucius being a Death Eater? Harry asked directly. Remus's eyebrows rose at Harry's bluntness. Yes, though Lucius has always maintained he was under the Imperius curse, a claim many find dubious but which was officially accepted after Voldemort's fall. Narcissa told me about that, Harry said. She's been honest about her family's complicated position. Has she indeed? Remus sounded genuinely surprised. That's unexpected, but commendable. And your impression of her care thus far? Harry considered this question seriously. She's been kind to me when no one else was. She found me in that cupboard and actually did something about it. She teaches me things and makes sure I eat properly and have clothes that fit. And she doesn't treat me like I'm stupid or a burden. The simple list seemed to affect Remus deeply. He closed his eyes briefly, pain etching deeper lines around his mouth. I failed you, Harry, he said quietly. We all did. James and Lily would never have wanted you raised in neglect, magical or emotional. I should have found a way to check on you, Dumbledore's instructions notwithstanding. Why didn't you? Harry asked, not accusingly but with genuine curiosity. Remus sighed heavily. A combination of reasons, none of them adequate excuses. My own grief, which was substantial. Dumbledore's assurances that you were safe and well cared for. And certain personal circumstances that complicated my ability to be involved in your life. What circumstances? That's a longer conversation for when we know each other better, Remus deflected gently. For now, I'm simply grateful that someone was paying attention where the rest of us failed. Even if that someone was Narcissa Malfoy, of all people. They spoke for another hour, until Remus noted the time with regret. I should go. I have an appointment this afternoon that can't be rescheduled. But I'd very much like to continue our conversations, Harry, if you're willing. I'd like that too, Harry said sincerely. The guardianship arrangement says I'll spend some time with you each month. Yes, though the logistics are still being worked out, Remus confirmed. I have a small cottage in Yorkshire, nothing as grand as this, but comfortable enough. We could spend time there, or perhaps take excursions to places your parents enjoyed. The prospect of learning more about his parents while building a relationship with their friend was deeply appealing. I'd like that, Harry repeated. As Remus prepared to leave, he hesitated, then reached into his pocket and withdrew a small, worn envelope. One more thing. I brought this for you, it's a letter Lily wrote shortly after you were born. She asked me to keep it safe, just in case. I think she'd want you to have it now. Harry accepted the envelope with trembling fingers. Thank you, he whispered, suddenly unable to say more. Remus squeezed his shoulder gently. You are so loved, Harry. Never doubt that. Your parents loved you beyond measure, and their love lives on in those of us who knew them, and now, in those who care for you today, however unexpected their identity might be. After Remus departed, Harry retreated to his room, the unopened letter clutched in his hand. He sat on the edge of his bed, staring at the envelope addressed simply, "For Harry," in an elegant, feminine script. His mother's handwriting. Words she had touched, thoughts she had intended specifically for him. With careful movements, he broke the seal and unfolded the parchment inside. My darling Harry, if you are reading this, then something has happened to prevent me from watching you grow up as I so desperately wish to do. I hope this letter finds you happy, loved, and surrounded by people who cherish you as much as your father and I do. You are only 3 months old as I write this, sleeping peacefully in your father's arms while he dozes in the chair beside me. You have his untamable hair already in my eyes, and when you smile, which you do often, the whole world seems brighter for it. We are living in dark times, my love. There is danger around us that forces difficult choices. Your father and I have chosen to stand against that darkness, even knowing the risks, because we believe in a world where you can grow up free and safe and happy. If we are not there to tell you ourselves, know this: you were born of love, deep, abiding, joyful love. You were wanted and cherished from your very first flutter of life. You are the best of both of us, and whatever gifts or challenges life brings you, you carry our love with you always. Trust those who earn your trust through actions, not merely words or expectations. Find joy where you can create it. Be kind when possible, brave when necessary, and true to yourself always. You are loved, Harry James Potter. Endlessly and completely loved. Your mother. Lily. Tears blurred Harry's vision as he read the letter again and again, his mother's words burning themselves into his heart. This was no distant memory or second-hand story, this was her voice, reaching across years and death itself to speak directly to him. She had loved him. They both had. Not the conditional, reluctant tolerance the Dursleys had barely offered, but real, joyful love that had considered him a gift rather than a burden. For a boy who had spent his life believing himself unwanted, unworthy of basic care and affection, the simple confirmation of his parents' love was transformative. It didn't erase the years of neglect, but it created a foundation upon which something new could be built, a sense that perhaps he was worthy of the care Narcissa and others now showed him. He was still sitting there, the letter in his hands, when a soft knock came at his door. Harry. Narcissa's voice called. May I come in? Yes, he managed, hastily wiping his eyes. Narcissa entered, immediately noting his emotional state. Without comment, she sat beside him on the bed, allowing him space but offering presence. My mother wrote me a letter, Harry explained after a moment, gesturing to the parchment. Before she died. Remus kept it for me. A precious gift, Narcissa observed quietly. Would you like to be alone with it? Harry shook his head. No. I wanted to ask you something. Of course. The Veela recognition, you said it identified something already possible, not created something new, right? Harry asked, remembering her words to Draco. Yes, Narcissa confirmed. The magic recognizes potential compatibility, resonance between magical signatures. It doesn't forge connections where none could exist. So even without it, you might have helped me? If we'd met somehow. Narcissa considered this carefully. I believe so, yes. The circumstances of our meeting would have been different, certainly. Without the recognition drawing me to you specifically, we might never have encountered each other at all. But had we met, had I seen your situation? She paused, seeming to search for complete honesty. I'd like to think I would have recognized the injustice of it, regardless of who you were. Even though I'm Harry Potter. Even though your husband supported Voldemort. Those political considerations would have complicated my response, Narcissa acknowledged. But they wouldn't have negated the basic wrong of a child mistreated. The Veela recognition simply bypassed those complications, creating an imperative that overrode political calculation. Harry nodded, absorbing this. I'm going to Malfoy Manor with you this afternoon. This clearly wasn't what Narcissa had expected him to say. Pardon? When you go to talk to Lucius, Harry clarified. I'm coming with you. This is partly about me, isn't it? I should be there. Harry, that's not necessary. It is, he insisted with unexpected firmness. My mum's letter says to trust people who earn it through actions. You've earned my trust. Now I want to show that I can stand with you when things are difficult. Narcissa studied him with a complex expression, surprise, concern, and perhaps a touch of pride. Lucius will not be pleased, she warned. I know, Harry acknowledged. But I'm part of this now. I should face it directly, not hide while you deal with the consequences. For a long moment, Narcissa seemed to be weighing options, calculating risks and advantages. Finally, she nodded. Very well. We'll go together after lunch. But you must promise to follow my lead and leave if I determine the situation is becoming unsafe. I promise, Harry agreed solemnly, carefully folding his mother's letter and placing it in the drawer of his bedside table. Thank you. For what? For not treating me like just a child who needs protection, Harry said. For letting me have some say in what happens. A small smile touched Narcissa's lips. You are a child who deserves protection, Harry. But you're also remarkably perceptive and resilient. Finding the balance between protecting you and respecting your agency will be an ongoing challenge, I suspect. As they prepared for the potentially volatile visit to Malfoy Manor, Harry felt a curious mixture of nervousness and determination. The constellation of people forming around him, Narcissa, Andromeda, Augusta, Remus, and even Draco in his complicated way, created a new kind of safety he'd never experienced before. Not the safety of being invisible or insignificant, as he'd sought with the Dursleys, but the safety of being valued and supported even when facing difficulties. With his mother's words echoing in his heart, "You are loved, Harry James Potter," he found himself ready to face whatever came next, alongside the unlikely protector magic had chosen for him. Malfoy Manor looked even more imposing in the clear afternoon light, its grand facade and manicured grounds a statement of wealth and power stretching back generations. As Narcissa and Harry walked up the long drive, Harry noticed Peacock strutting across the lawns with the same aristocratic bearing as the mansion's owner. Remember, Narcissa murmured as they approached the entrance, let me speak first. Lucius will be calculating his response based on multiple considerations, political implications, family standing, private alliances. His initial reaction may be intense. Harry nodded, squaring his shoulders as the massive front doors swung open at their approach. Unlike his previous visits, no house elf greeted them. Instead, Lucius Malfoy himself stood in the entrance hall, his tall figure radiating controlled anger despite his perfect posture and immaculate appearance. Narcissa, he said, his voice dangerously soft. I requested a private conversation regarding family matters. Yet you bring the Potter boy into our home without consultation. Harry is now under my magical guardianship, Lucius, Narcissa replied calmly. The matters we need to discuss directly affect his welfare. It seemed appropriate he be present for at least the initial conversation. Lucius's gaze shifted to Harry, gray eyes cold and assessing. Mr. Potter. How convenient that ancient magic has delivered you into the care of a family your supporters consider enemies. I don't have supporters, sir, Harry replied, striving for the respectful tone Narcissa had coached him on. Just people who care about my welfare. Like Narcissa. A muscle twitched in Lucius's jaw. Indeed. How fortunate for you to have inspired such unprecedented concern. He returned his attention to his wife. We will discuss this in my study. Now. He turned and strode away, clearly expecting them to follow. Narcissa exchanged a quick glance with Harry before doing so, her hand resting briefly on his shoulder in silent encouragement. Lucius's study was as Harry remembered it, imposing, masculine, filled with dark woods and leather-bound books. A fire burned in the massive fireplace despite the mild weather, and expensive brandy sat decanted on a side table. The trappings of power and tradition surrounded them. "Sit," Lucius directed, taking his own place behind the impressive desk. Harry and Narcissa complied, settling into the chairs opposite. "This guardianship arrangement is unacceptable," Lucius stated without preamble. "Augusta Longbottom and your blood traitor sister as co-guardians, while I, your husband and head of this family, am excluded entirely. The political implications are obvious and damaging." "The arrangement balances multiple concerns," Narcissa replied evenly. "Augusta provides political legitimacy that neutralizes objections from traditionally light families. Andromeda bridges the gap between pureblood tradition and more progressive elements. My primary role acknowledges the Veela recognition while creating a structure that prevents any single influence from dominating. A structure deliberately designed to minimize Malfoy influence," Lucius countered. "Do not insult my intelligence by pretending otherwise, Narcissa. Would you have preferred to be formally included, Lucius?" Narcissa asked with deceptive mildness. "To have your name officially linked to Harry Potter's guardianship, with all the scrutiny and expectations that would entail? Would that serve your long-term interests better?" Lucius's eyes narrowed at the implied challenge. "My exclusion positions House Malfoy as sidelined in this arrangement, my wife acting independently rather than with family sanction. It suggests division where unity should be presented." "It provides you plausible deniability," Narcissa corrected. "You can publicly acknowledge the magical necessity of my involvement while maintaining appropriate distance from Harry himself. Your associates will understand the nuance, while the broader public sees only the unprecedented magical connection." Harry watched this exchange with fascination, noting how both Malfoys spoke in layers, the words themselves carrying one meaning, while implications and unspoken understandings created another. "And what of Draco?" Lucius demanded. "How does this arrangement affect his standing? His future? His relationship with his mother?" "Draco remains my primary concern," Narcissa stated firmly. "His education, his development, his preparation for eventual leadership of House Malfoy, none of that changes. The guardianship arrangement specifically limits my time with Harry to ensure my duties to our son are not compromised." "Pretty words," Lucius dismissed. "Yet the reality is already evident. You've been absent more in the past month than in the previous year. Draco notices. He questions. He resents." "I've spoken with Draco," Narcissa countered. "He understands the situation as well as can be expected for his age. In fact, he and Harry have begun establishing a cautious rapport through flying lessons." This seemed to surprise Lucius. "Have they indeed?" His gaze shifted to Harry with renewed calculation. "And how do you find my son's company, Mr. Potter?" Put on the spot, Harry chose honesty. "Draco's a brilliant flyer, sir. He's a good teacher, even if he can be a bit superior about it." A ghost of amusement flickered across Lucius's face before vanishing. "A diplomatic assessment. Harry has no reason to flatter either of us, Lucius," Narcissa observed. "His candor is one quality I've come to appreciate." Lucius leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled as he studied them both. "The situation remains problematic, regardless of how neatly you've arranged the public narrative. The Dark Lord supporters will see this as betrayal. Should he return, if he returns," Narcissa interjected, "we will address that reality when it manifests. For now, we must navigate the present circumstances. The Veela recognition cannot be denied or suppressed, you know this from your own research. The only question is how we manage its implications to best protect family interests. And you believe this guardianship arrangement does that?" Lucius asked skeptically. "I believe it creates the optimal balance given the constraints we face," Narcissa replied. "It acknowledges magical reality while providing structure that prevents any single faction from claiming complete influence over Harry. It positions House Malfoy advantageously for multiple future scenarios without overcommitting to any particular outcome. Harry found himself impressed by Narcissa's strategic thinking. She was presenting the arrangement in terms of advantage and calculation rather than moral imperatives, speaking Lucius's language while holding firm to her position. Lucius studied his wife for a long moment before shifting his attention to Harry. "And you, Mr. Potter? What do you hope to gain from this unprecedented arrangement? Access to wealth? Political protection? Revenge against those who served the wizard who killed your parents?" "Sir?" Harry asked, genuinely confused. "Everyone wants something, Mr. Potter," Lucius elaborated with cool precision. "What do you want from your association with my wife and, by extension, my family?" Harry considered the question seriously, aware that his answer mattered. "I want to learn about the wizarding world, my world. I want to understand who my parents were and who I might become. And I want—" He hesitated, then committed to complete honesty. "I want to know what it's like to have adults who actually care whether I'm okay or not." The simple, unvarnished truth seemed to catch Lucius off guard. He studied Harry with narrowed eyes, searching for calculation or manipulation and finding none. "You're either remarkably sincere or exceptionally skilled at appearing so," he said finally. "Either way, it's noteworthy." He turned back to Narcissa. "The guardianship arrangement will stand. Attempting to challenge it publicly would create more problems than it would solve. However, I require certain assurances regarding Draco's primacy in your attention and House Malfoy's interests in your decisions." "As I've said from the beginning," Narcissa replied evenly, "Draco remains my first priority. Nothing in this arrangement changes that fundamental truth." "Words," Lucius dismissed. "I require demonstration. The summer holiday approaches. We had planned to visit France for 3 weeks. That plan will proceed as scheduled, with your full participation. The Potter boys' education can resume upon our return." Harry felt a flicker of dismay at the prospect of Narcissa being away for 3 weeks, but kept his expression neutral, remembering her warnings about showing vulnerability in Lucius's presence. "The Veela texts are quite clear about prolonged separation," Narcissa reminded her husband. "After 2 weeks, physical symptoms begin to manifest. 3 weeks would be problematic. Then arrangements must be made," Lucius said with finality. "Perhaps a brief visit midway through our stay. But the family holiday will proceed as planned, Narcissa. Draco expects it, and I will not disappoint our son to accommodate your newfound project." "Harry is not a project," Narcissa corrected, a hint of the Veela's protectiveness entering her voice. "He is a child under my magical guardianship, with all the responsibilities that entails." "A responsibility thrust upon you by unexpected magic," Lucius countered. "Not a choice you made with consideration for existing family commitments." Harry, sensing the tension escalating, decided to intervene. "It's okay," he said quietly. "I understand about the France trip. Family holidays are important." Both adults turned to him with surprised expressions. "I mean it," Harry continued. "I know Draco's your son, and he should come first. I'll be fine for 3 weeks. I'll be with the Dursleys part of that time anyway, and maybe with Remus Lupin for the rest." Narcissa's expression softened with something like pride. "That's very mature, Harry, but the Veela recognition creates physical limitations I can't simply ignore. A compromise is necessary." "Indeed," Lucius agreed, though with obvious reluctance. "Perhaps Draco might provide insight here." He rose and moved to the fireplace, tossing in a pinch of glittering powder. "Dobby! Bring Draco to my study immediately." Moments later, a confused-looking Draco entered, his expression shifting rapidly through surprise, curiosity, and wariness as he noted Harry's presence. "Father? Mother? What's happening?" he asked, unconsciously straightening his posture under Lucius's scrutiny. "We are discussing summer arrangements," Lucius explained. "Specifically, our planned holiday in France and how it might be affected by your mother's new responsibilities. Draco's gaze darted to Harry, a flash of resentment crossing his features before he controlled it. Our family holiday is still happening, isn't it? You promised we'd see the magical quarter in Paris and attend the international Quidditch exhibition. Of course we're still going, Lucius assured him. The question is whether certain accommodations must be made regarding Mr. Potter's presence for a portion of our stay. Understanding dawned on Draco's face. Because of the Veela thing? Mother has to be near him regularly. Precisely, Lucius confirmed. Your perspective on this matter would be valuable, Draco. It was a calculated move, Harry realized, placing the decision in Draco's hands, forcing a choice between complete family privacy and accommodation of Narcissa's magical needs. Draco looked between his parents, clearly processing the political undercurrents. Then, surprisingly, he turned to Harry. Do you like Quidditch, Potter? Caught off guard by the seemingly irrelevant question, Harry nodded. From what I've read and what you've shown me, yes. It sounds brilliant. Have you ever seen a professional match? No, Harry admitted. I've only been learning about the wizarding world for a couple months. Draco turned back to his father with unexpected confidence. The international exhibition in Paris includes a youth training session with professional players. If Potter came for just that part of the holiday, Mother could fulfill the Veela requirements, and I could show him what real Quidditch looks like. He lifted his chin slightly. Besides, it would be useful to have someone to practice with during the holiday. The wizarding hotels never have proper flying facilities. Lucius's eyebrows rose slightly at his son's reasoning. You would not object to Mr. Potter joining us for a portion of our family holiday? Not if it's properly structured, Draco replied with a maturity beyond his 8 years. He would understand that he's there as Mother's ward, not as family. And it would be educational for him to see how proper wizarding families conduct themselves internationally. The condescension in the statement was unmistakable, yet beneath it lay a genuine, if reluctant, acceptance of Harry's presence in their lives. Harry found himself unexpectedly grateful for Draco's backhanded inclusion. A reasonable proposal, Lucius acknowledged after a moment's consideration. Perhaps the middle week of our 3-week stay. That would satisfy the Veela requirements while preserving family time at both the beginning and end of our holiday. Narcissa's expression showed relief and something like surprise at Draco's intervention. That would be an acceptable arrangement. Thank you, Draco, for your thoughtful suggestion. Draco straightened under his mother's praise, though he tried to appear nonchalant. It's logical. And Potter needs to see proper Quidditch if he's going to understand wizarding culture. Indeed, Lucius agreed dryly. Well then, that matter appears resolved. Draco, you may return to your activities. Your mother and I have additional matters to discuss. As Draco turned to leave, he paused beside Harry's chair. You'll need proper flying robes for the exhibition, he said with the air of conferring a great favor. I'll have Mother take your measurements before we leave. Thanks, Harry replied, recognizing the gesture for the olive branch it represented. When Draco had gone, Lucius returned his attention to Narcissa. It seems our son has adapted to this situation more gracefully than anticipated. Whether that speaks to his political instincts or simply childish flexibility remains to be seen. Children often surprise us with their capacity for adjustment, Narcissa observed. Particularly when their core security isn't threatened. Draco knows his place in our family is unassailable, that allows him generosity his peers might not manage. Perhaps, Lucius allowed. Now, as to the broader political implications of this guardianship arrangement. The discussion continued for another hour, delving into intricate political considerations, potential alliances and oppositions, and strategies for navigating the inevitable public scrutiny. Harry listened attentively, absorbing more than either adult might have expected about the complex web of relationships and interests that defined wizarding Britain's power structure. Throughout, he noticed Lucius's gradual shift from outright hostility to reluctant strategic acceptance. The man clearly didn't like the situation, but he was pragmatic enough to recognize that fighting it directly would likely cause more damage than accommodation. "Very well," Lucius said finally, signaling the end of their discussion. "The arrangement proceeds as outlined, with the modifications we've agreed upon. I will manage our more traditional allies' concerns through appropriate channels. You will ensure that House Malfoy's interests are protected in all guardianship decisions. And Mr. Potter?" His cold gray eyes fixed on Harry. "You will continue to demonstrate the discretion you've shown thus far regarding family matters." "Yes, sir," Harry agreed, understanding the implied warning. Whatever compromises had been reached, Lucius Malfoy remained a dangerous man with dangerous connections. His tolerance had limits that would be unwise to test. As they prepared to depart, Lucius rose from behind his desk. "One last matter, Narcissa. A private word, if you please. Mr. Potter can wait in the entrance hall." Narcissa hesitated, then nodded to Harry. "Go ahead. I'll join you shortly." Recognizing the dismissal, Harry made his way to the entrance hall, wondering what final message Lucius wished to deliver without his presence. Whatever it was, Narcissa's expression when she joined him several minutes later was carefully neutral, though a certain tension around her eyes suggested the exchange had not been entirely pleasant. "All is well?" he asked as they walked down the long drive toward the apparition point. "As well as could be expected," Narcissa replied. "Lucius is adjusting to the new reality. It will take time for him to fully reconcile himself to the implications." "He doesn't like me very much," Harry observed. A small smile touched Narcissa's lips. "Lucius doesn't like or dislike in the conventional sense. He assesses advantage, risk, and alignment with his interests. You represent a complicated calculation for him, a potential asset in certain scenarios, a liability in others." "And what did he want to say to you privately?" Narcissa glanced down at him, apparently weighing how much to share. "He reminded me of certain oaths. Commitments made when we married. Obligations to family legacy and particular associations." "He threatened you?" Harry asked, alarm sharpening his voice. "Not in the way you're thinking," Narcissa assured him. "Lucius doesn't threaten, he reminds, implies, suggests. It's his way of establishing boundaries while maintaining plausible deniability." They reached the apparition point, and Narcissa offered her arm for the return journey to Shell Cottage. As the familiar compression of apparition surrounded them, Harry found himself reflecting on the complex web of relationships, obligations, and political calculations he'd witnessed. The wizarding world was proving far more intricate than simply learning spells and flying on broomsticks. When they appeared on the grassy bluff overlooking Shell Cottage, Narcissa didn't immediately move toward the house. Instead, she stood looking out over the sea, the breeze lifting tendrils of her platinum hair. "What are you thinking?" Harry asked after a moment of companionable silence. "That life rarely follows the paths we anticipate," she replied. 2 months ago, I was Narcissa Malfoy, pureblood wife and mother, secure in my understanding of my place in the world. Now I find myself magical guardian to Harry Potter, reconnected with my disowned sister, and navigating political waters I never expected to enter. Do you regret it?" Harry asked, suddenly anxious. "The Veela recognition, I mean. Would you undo it if you could?" Narcissa turned to look at him, her expression softening in a way it rarely did outside the privacy of Shell Cottage. "No, Harry. I wouldn't undo it. The path is more complicated, more challenging than I might have chosen consciously, but—" She paused, seeming to search for the right words. "It feels more authentic somehow. As if I'm finally acting from my own center rather than merely fulfilling expectations laid upon me by others." The admission clearly cost her something in vulnerability, and Harry felt honored by her honesty. "I wouldn't undo it either," he said quietly. "Even with all the complications. You're the first person who ever really saw me and did something about it." Narcissa reached out, briefly touching his cheek in a gesture of affection she rarely displayed. "Let us hope I am merely the first of many who will see your value," Harry Potter. Now, shall we go in? I believe Andromeda is expecting a full report of our confrontation with Lucius. As they walked toward the cottage, Harry felt a sense of cautious optimism about the future taking shape around him. The path ahead remained uncertain, fraught with political complications and potential dangers. But for the first time in his life, he wasn't walking it alone. The new constellation forming around him, Narcissa with her fierce protection, Andromeda with her warm directness, Augusta with her formidable authority, Remus with his connection to Harry's parents, even Draco with his complicated mixture of resentment and reluctant acceptance, created a network of support Harry had never known before. Whatever challenges lay ahead, from the Dursleys to Dumbledore to the eventual reckoning of Hogwarts, Harry would face them with people who saw him as more than just the boy who lived. People who saw Harry, just Harry, and found him worth protecting, worth teaching, worth knowing. And in the end, wasn't that what his mother had wished for him in her letter? To be surrounded by people who cherished him, who earned his trust through actions rather than words, who helped him find joy and courage and authenticity in a complicated world. As they entered Shell Cottage, Harry caught a glimpse of his reflection in a hallway mirror, the same unruly black hair, the same lightning scar, the same green eyes that had always looked back at him. But something was different now. The boy in the mirror stood straighter, his eyes more confident, his expression more hopeful. Not just a boy in a cupboard anymore. Not just an orphan or a burden or a freak. But Harry Potter, son of Lily and James, magical ward of Narcissa, Andromeda, and Augusta, student and potential friend, with a future opening before him like a book of blank pages waiting to be filled. Whatever story those pages would tell, it would be his to write now, alongside the unlikely family fate and magic had brought together around him. 3 years later, Platform 9 3/4 bustled with activity as families bid farewell to students departing on the Hogwarts Express. Steam billowed over the crowded platform, mingling with tearful goodbyes and excited chatter about the coming school year. Among the throng, an unusual group attracted curious glances and whispered commentary. Harry Potter, now 11 and considerably healthier looking than the neglected 8-year-old Narcissa had found in a cupboard, stood at the center of a protective constellation of adults and one other child. Narcissa Malfoy, elegant as always in tailored robes of deep green, adjusted Harry's collar with practiced hands. Beside her, Draco maintained a carefully cultivated air of bored sophistication, though his eyes betrayed excitement about finally attending Hogwarts. "Remember to write after the sorting," Narcissa instructed, addressing both boys equally. "And Draco, do look after Harry if you're in the same house." "And if we're not?" Draco asked, voicing the question that had created tension between the boys all summer. "Then you will demonstrate that friendship can transcend house divisions," Narcissa replied firmly. "As we've discussed." Andromeda Tonks stepped forward, giving Harry a warm hug that contrasted with Narcissa's more reserved affection. "Mind your studies, but don't forget to enjoy yourself too. Hogwarts should be more than just lessons and homework." Augusta Longbottom, standing with her grandson Neville, now a shy but steady friend to Harry after 3 years of regular visits, nodded in agreement. "Excellent advice. Balance is essential in education. And do keep an eye on Neville in herbology, Harry. He has genuine talent there, though he's too modest to acknowledge it." Neville blushed at his grandmother's rare praise, mumbling something about just liking plants. Remus Lupin, looking healthier and less careworn than when Harry had first met him, stepped forward last. "Your parents would be so proud of the young man you're becoming, Harry," he said softly. "Remember, Hogwarts has a way of revealing who you truly are. Face those discoveries with courage, whatever house you find yourself in." Harry nodded, feeling the familiar mixture of nervousness and excitement that had been building for weeks. 3 years of preparation under the guidance of his unusual guardianship arrangement had given him confidence and knowledge many first years wouldn't possess. But Hogwarts represented a new chapter, with new challenges and expectations. "What if we're sorted into different houses?" Harry asked Draco quietly as the adults conversed among themselves. It was a question they'd circled for months without directly addressing. Draco's expression showed the same concern, though he tried to mask it with his habitual arrogance. "Then we'll manage. Mother would never forgive either of us if we let house rivalries affect our association." "Association?" Harry repeated with a raised eyebrow. Draco rolled his eyes. "Fine. Friendship. Though if you end up in Hufflepuff, I reserve the right to pretend I don't know you in public." The joke, for it was a joke now, after 3 years of cautious relationship building, eased some of the tension between them. "Deal," Harry agreed with a smile. "Though if you're even half as annoying at school as you are during summer holidays, your housemates might pay me to take you off their hands." As the warning whistle blew, final goodbyes were exchanged. Harry found himself enveloped in a group embrace that would have been unimaginable 3 years ago, Narcissa with her elegant restraint, Andromeda with her warm enthusiasm, Augusta with her dignified affection, and Remus with his gentle understanding. "Remember," Narcissa said as they prepared to board, "your experiences are your own to shape, regardless of expectations or preconceptions others may hold. Write to us if you need anything at all." Harry nodded, feeling a complex mixture of emotions: excitement for the adventure ahead, gratitude for the foundation his guardians had built for him, and a bittersweet awareness of how different his life might have been without Narcissa's chance encounter and her Veela recognition. As the train pulled away from the platform, Harry and Draco found a compartment together, joined shortly by Neville and, later, a bushy-haired girl named Hermione Granger who talked very fast and knew an impressive amount about Hogwarts from her reading. Looking out the window as the platform disappeared from view, Harry reflected on the constellation that had formed around him since that day in the park, a pattern of relationships and connections that defied conventional categories and expectations. Not a traditional family, perhaps, but something equally valuable: people who had chosen to care, to protect, to guide, even when doing so complicated their own lives. The wizarding world had been surprised, confused, and occasionally outraged by the unlikely alliance centered around the boy who lived. The Daily Prophet had cycled through speculation, criticism, and reluctant admiration. Political factions had recalculated their strategies. And through it all, the unusual guardianship arrangement had held firm, providing Harry with stability and perspective his earlier life had sorely lacked. "Thinking deep thoughts already, Potter?" Draco asked, interrupting his reverie. "Save the brooding for after the sorting. You'll need it when you're trying to explain to Mother why you ended up in Gryffindor." "Who says I'll be in Gryffindor?" Harry countered with a grin. "Maybe I'll join you in Slytherin and really confuse everyone." "The Prophet would have a field day," Draco agreed with a smirk. Harry Potter in Slytherin, raised by Narcissa Malfoy, they'd run special editions for a week. As the train carried them toward Hogwarts and the next chapter of their journey, Harry felt a sense of peaceful anticipation. Whatever house he joined, whatever challenges arose, he carried with him the lessons of the past 3 years, that family could be found in unexpected places, that ancient magic sometimes knew better than human prejudices, and that sometimes the most important constellations were the ones you built yourself, star by star, connection by connection, until they formed a pattern strong enough to navigate by. The path ahead remained unwritten, but Harry Potter was no longer walking it alone. And in the end, that made all the difference. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.